Hello, everyone. Happy Clues Day and welcome to the Tuesday stream. What am I saying? I hope you all had a great weekend. Um, geez, I feel like I haven't streamed in forever. I don't know what I'm doing. For anybody who doesn't know who I am, hello, I'm Estanie. I'm a variety streamer, art streamer, and voice actress. Today, we are going to be playing more of Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations, and this week, Mochi, thank you so much for the 30 months. This week in solidarity of Mochi's Nirvana and her mother, we're going to be raising money in support of the Go-To Foundation for Lung Cancer. You can find out... You can find out more about that by typing !charity in the chat, which I'm doing right now. There's also a little banner beneath the stream that you can click on. There's some information about why we're supporting this charity and what they're all about on the page. So check that out. We're going to be raising money for that all week. Thank you, Mochi. No, thank you. Before we get started, let's say hello to everybody. Hello, Elf. I know that you're lurking, but hello, welcome. Hello, Derek. I'm also excited for Clues Day. It's one of my favorite days of the week. Hey, Critwitch. Hey, Jelly. Hey, Disintegration. Hey, Weirdy. Hey, Sock. Oh, dang, Derek. Thank you so much for the $40 donation. Hey, Lychee. We're well on our way there. Hey, Sunrose. Who came up with Clues Day? That wasn't me. Was it Derek? Derek, did you come up with Clues Day? Because that's adorable, and I stole it. But Derek, thank you again so much for the donation. There's a whole... Hey, Disintegration, I don't know if I said hi to you, but hello. You had DST. Congratulations? Question mark. I also had a good weekend. It was pretty good. I did. I thought so. Derek came with Butts Day. That's also a good day. I Declare donated $25. Thank you so much. That's a fantastic name. I should check to see if there's any messages along with these donations. Let me refresh the page. There are not. Oh, yeah. Dirk's message, by the way, is a fancy butts. Anyway, y'all are amazing. I'm gonna have to increase this goal pretty soon. But hey, Divine. Shall we play a video game and solve some crime? I think we should. That's so much, Leech. It's amazing. And the thing is, our streams, I'm pretty sure, started yesterday for it. She'll donate once my salary arrives. I appreciate it, HD. Everyone involved is so amazing. We've done 1 day of fundraising so far. We're already over 2,000. And we're gonna keep that momentum going. Dezo!
Wow, many donos.
Yes, many donos. Dezo, thank you so much for the 31 months. Hello and welcome. Make it over 9,000. That would be amazing. Hey, Sankard. Tomorrow, it's me and you, right? Make sure to raid you. It is us. I'll be streaming today, tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. Oh, it's time for self-care. Okay. Everyone, let's do some stretching. Which is quickly becoming one of my favorite redemptions. Drink some water. Yeah, me too. and check your posture. Mine's pretty good because I just sat down. Wait, do we have a hype train? The heck?
Take that. My special super bitter Gato blend number 39. Listen, sir.
Derek, thank you so much for the 39 months. And thank you all so much for the hype train. No, this one. Mochi! Thank you so much for gifting a sub to It's Jelly. Jelly, enjoy the emotes. You deserve them. Mochi, you're too kind. So, when we left off, we just learned, I forget her name. Weirdy, thank you so much for the 100 bits. We had learned Viola Cadaverini's secret. Of course, Leech! Thank you so much for letting me know what was going on so I could participate. So, last time, Maggie Bird, who we met in the previous game, has been accused of a murder most foul. The phony us, which turned out to be this guy, however anyone could mistake us for the same person is beyond me. He impersonated us and basically got her found guilty, and now we have to prove that she didn't do it. Furio! We already know the culprit. We just need them to make one wrong move. Yeah. Reverse Trump? Why? Because he's got hair and isn't fat? Anyway. We know that Jean Armstrong is hiding something. So we need to probably interrogate him some more. We know that this guy, he was our murder victim. He was, basically he had a bunch of gambling debts and he was going to sell a computer virus to Furio in order to pay back his debts. But then he hit the lottery, which was not a part of Furio's plan, because the amount of his gambling debts was much, much less than how much that computer virus was going to make on the black market. So, Furio had this guy poisoned, and then they framed Maggie for it. Bien and Bean are not pronounced the same way. Hey, Golan. No worries. It's très bien. Here's the only feature to tell who a person is. I mean, if anime is to believe, then that's kind of true. Yeah, Furio ran over the spooky mafia girl. Très bien, no! Larry's gotta be involved somehow. You're not wrong. But yeah, we're pretty sure that scary mafia girl was the one who impersonated Maggie. So that this witness would think it was Maggie. She dressed up like her, and he only saw her from behind, so he couldn't tell which waitress it was. So yeah, that's kind of where we left off. I think there's nothing else to examine here. So let's leave. You have anything to talk to him about? I don't think so. So we need to go back to Très Bien. Three B's? No, it's not right. Bonjour! I have been waiting for you to return. B in French is obey, and it's a really cute word. Mr. Armstrong? Good. Oh, wait. Zut alors. Good timing. I was hoping to find you here. We'd like to ask you a few questions. Oh. Thank you all so much for the level 1 hype train. I got a cute emote. I got a shield. Almost as cute as Futoi? I don't remember what that means. Hey, Outro! Hey, drummer boy! When did that happen? When did what happen? Armchair recliner. Oh, yeah! That's right. Anyway, I'm pretty sure this is Furio. Because look at the writing of that accent. Well, he hasn't got anything to say to you, fellas. It's Zinniop. La Vie en Rose is such a good song if said correctly. Who you calling Zinniop? Come out from under the table already, Maya. Did you hear that Crizzle used Drummer Boy's music to background music for marble rolling yesterday? It was fantastic. I didn't know that. Drummer Boy's music's so good, though. Anyone know if Phoenix Wright, the Great Ace Attorney teased by Capcom via hashtag is a new game? I don't know. I haven't heard of that. I hope so. Okay, hand it over. What? Yous wanna play games with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers, now. Uh-oh. I think he wants Viola Cadaverini's papers back. You mean this? The $1 million medical papers. Ms. Cadaverini trusted you. That's why she said that she helped you. Forget about it! That girl's dumber than an eggplant. Yous wanna know what's sad? I'll tell you what's sad. And it ain't only a face. What the She thinks she got power, 'cause she's Bruto's little girl. Now that's sad. I can't let you have these papers. Oh, he's gonna punch us and take them. Tomorrow in court, I'm going to expose what you did to get the $1 million you used to pay this off. Are you crazy or something? I don't care if you want to give it to me or not. There's 2 of us here. You got that? 2. Oui. Mr. Armstrong? Forgive me, désolé, but I cannot argue with him. Ugh! That really hurt. Is that all you've got? I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get that later. Wait! Don't take it too hard, Phoenix Wright. I was so stupid. I shouldn't have let my guard down. Those medical papers were vital evidence. Hold it, pal! Gumshoe! Detective Gumshoe? Detective? You think you're gonna stop me, copper? Beat it! Wah! Whoa. Come on, Gumshoe, keep it together. You guys, get out of here. Leave this guy to me. But... Go, pal, and take this. You get hurt. Who's gonna look after Maggie, huh? All right. Thanks, Gumshoe. Wait, Nick, don't leave me behind! Himbo fight. I'll get even with that guy tomorrow. In court! Tender letter's going down. Drummer boy!
Also a button.
Thank you so much for the 27 months! Gumshoe is the best. I love him so much. How you predict which voice to use when someone enters with just the text? So, at least in this game, specific characters have specific tells. Like, Furia was use. And, Gumshoe always says pal. So when it said hold it pal, I'm like, it's Gumshoe. But sometimes I can't tell, and then I just speak like, Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie. So, what do you think is going to happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well and ended on a giant mystery. That's true. And we still haven't solved a single part of it yet. Are you okay, Nick? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I saw that little flash of doubt in your eyes. No, that wasn't doubt. That was, determination. Why don't I believe you? It's nearly time, Maggie. You better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you. But how in the world do you know which voice to use for what is the meaning of this? Hey, pal. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Quit stressing Maggie out. She doesn't need that. How do you know she was stressed? I was watching through the doorway. Oh. You look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Here, maybe this'll help. Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy too? Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me you don't remember this little thing. Huh, come to think of it, that doesn't look like one of those aromatherapy bottles. It almost looks like that bottle that we found among the aromatherapy bottles, and we're like, hey, that doesn't look like one of those. That's weird. We should give it to Gumshoe. This is the small bottle that turned up in Tribulations' kitchen a couple of days ago. Wow, look at all these little bottles! Oh, they're aromatherapy oils. He's got so many, they're overflowing onto the floor. Hey, wait a minute. There's one bottle that's different from all the others. Well, what do you know? And it doesn't have a label either. And it doesn't smell. We finally got the analysis results back from the lab. So, what is it? Is it the poison? I'm afraid not, pal. Oh, it's the eardrops. It's medication. Medication? Yeah, for ears. Topical use only, apparently. For ears? You mean... Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Elg was using for his ruptured eardrum. What was Glenn Elg's ear medicine doing in the kitchen? Unidentified fingerprints. So they don't have Maggie's or the victim's prints on them. Interesting. What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that? Someone screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour and they might have gotten something on the prints, but... Huh. It's gonna weaken its impact as a piece of evidence. Oh, so they didn't... So it's not that... It has fingerprints on it, but we don't know who they belong to, so it could be the victim or Maggie. Okay. Okay, pal. This is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today. Got it? Today's trial. I'm gonna expose that guy for what he's done, or my name isn't Phoenix Wright. Someone screwed up a gumshoe. Some unknown policeman. He doesn't do forensics. But he might have screwed up and been like, oh yeah, did I give you this bottle? Sorry.
Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor.
Very good. Then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. He claims to have witnessed the defendant putting a powder into the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems.
The mark on the rim of the cup shows the victim drank it with his right hand. But according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand.
Thank you, Mr. Kudo. And furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear.
It's amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick? Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning, and we must turn with it.
You've lost me already, Mr. Godot.
Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only losers think like that. You've got to change with the times. That's one of my rules.
Are you implying you've resolved these contradictions?
You know the answers to these...
Oh, you know the answers to these riddles!
I know, it's so good. The old guy wasn't just throwing seeds in here. He was throwing us off the scent. And today I'll prove it. Okay, my cyber lawyer arm belts.
Very well, let the first witness take the stand.
And you are? Oh, bonjour everyone! I am Jean Armstrong, the owner and head chef of la Très Bien restaurant. Enchanté!
Forgive me for asking, witness, but are you a woman?
Misgendering... whatever. Oh la la, monsieur! As you can see, I am la perte and perky gentleman, no? On the day of the incident, you're in Très Bien kitchen. Isn't that right? With you, monsieur? Everything feels right. Huh. Wow, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy?
Very well, your testimony please, witness. Please tell the court what happened that day at Très Bien.
Oui, volontiers. With it all happened, there were just 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with the new art deco that day. Like having a large mirror between la table, for example. Oui. Perhaps that is what la old man was looking at. La cup, la earpiece, and la glasses. He would have seen everything in reverse, no? Hey, Iceman, let's hydrate and get some water. Mirror! The heck? Godot's pretty full of himself for someone with a 100% losing record. You're not wrong, Derek. Oui, un grand mirror. La most enormous mirror. And suddenly the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it.
That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front.
That doesn't work. We've seen... Okay, I've already found the contradiction because... Where is it? Oh, never mind. I thought we could see his face there. Why would he reverse the eyepiece, though? I thought for sure we had... Oh, well. I thought for sure we had evidence, though, of, the eyepiece being over his left eye. Anyway. What the heck? It's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me!
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Alright. Let's press him on everything, since I lost the contradiction. And who were the two customers exactly? May of course, la young man who died. And la other not so young man. Wasn't it he wouldn't wear it on the side his ear was injured or something? That was the earpiece. Cause okay, so we have three things where the side matters. The side that he lifted his hand to drink the cup with, the side that he wore the earpiece on, and the side that he wore the eyepiece on. Now we know from his profile that this fits over his left eye. Which means I don't think he could wear this over the other eye, because it would be upside down, right? It doesn't look like. So I think what happened is that he actually wore the earpiece here, but when Furio impersonated him, which is probably what happened, he wore it all on the same side. Hey, Radis! How's it going? Like, for her, they're connected for sure. It looks like. For him, actually, that might not even be. That could be a separate thing. When Furio impersonated him? Yes, that's clearly what happened. The game hasn't told us this yet, but here's what I'm pretty sure happened. During the time, so we know that there is a gap of time when the old man was sent out to call There was a gap of time when the old man was sent out to call the police. We also know that Maggie said the other customer when the victim was poisoned was a woman. I posit that it was this woman. She passes out. They drag her back into the kitchen. She puts on a spare waitress uniform to impersonate Maggie. Old man comes in for his coffee. We have Furio impersonating this guy. And we have her impersonating the waitress. She puts a powder into the coffee, probably sugar. Furio drinks it, feigns death. They send the old man out to call the police, and then they swap it so the body's back in there. I am 100% convinced that is what happened. It's the only thing that makes sense. Case is pre-cracked. I got it. So, what we need to prove is that I guess, let's see, because now we have basically, where is it? He would have lifted this with his right hand. The old man witnessed him being on the same side. I don't think he's lying. I think that, I think that Furio just put all the shit on wrong.
You're referring to yesterday's witness, I presume.
What about the other man Maggie says she saw at the table? Something tells me Mr. Armstrong isn't planning to disclose his existence. We need some hard evidence first before we can bring him up, don't we? Iceman, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Lori! Hello and welcome! Thank you so much for the raid! Can we get a shout out for Lori, please? How is Genshin? Oh my goodness, so many people! Hello, hello! Hello, Jade's on Trazen? And Willows, and Pretty in Pink, Sewer Pigeon, Nyalia. Pretty in Pink, thanks so much for following. Hello, Round Rocka. Welcome, welcome everybody. Today we're playing more Ace Attorney, and we're also raising money for the Go-To Foundation for Lung Cancer. I'm gonna put charity in the chat so y'all can learn more about it. Favorite of the trilogy? I'm having so much fun with it. How is Ace Attorney going? We've only just started, and I think I've cracked the case. Hey, Corey! I guess I'll just have to try a different approach for the time being. Pronouns! Okay, we're doing a pronoun check. If you feel comfy, feel free to put your pronouns in chat. Mine are she, her. Look at all these pronouns! Hey, Mr. Uppercase T! Yeah, I think both Jude and Jess do a pronoun check, and I'm like, I want to do a pronoun check. I like it. So yeah, feel free to do a pronoun check, Lori. We also use, do I have, we also use the Twitch pronoun extension as well, so if you'd like to have your pronouns displayed next to your name and see other people who are doing that as well, check out the web extension. It's a really good extension. I really like it. I wish it was a Twitch native thing, because it would just be nice, but... When watching Phoenix Wright, my pronouns transform from they, them to objection, and take that! Which was native too? I know. Hopefully someday. Anyway, hello, welcome everybody. Let's get back to silly voices. Mine are then sustained and overruled. Are you a judge then? You were experimenting with Art Deco? How come I never heard about that before today? You are not familiar with the language of interior design, monsieur? Please stay on topic. Now, why didn't you tell the court about this before? But I did, just a few moments ago.
Ahem. Excuse me, Mr. Armstrong. This deco you mentioned, are you referring to some sort of decoture?
No, Art Deco. It's a style of design. Your Honor. He's talking about interior design, walls, ceilings, carpets, that kind of thing.
Ah, yes, of course. That deco.
I was trying to achieve a more la effeminate look for my restaurant. Nice French. Oh, it's supposed to be over the top and silly. I was planning the most bold remodeling of la décor. Okay. Hey, Hooples! How big of a mirror are we talking about here? Bof. Something about 4 meters wide and, oui, about 2 meters high. Let's see, if 1 meter is about 1... Holy glass in a frame, that's huge! I was intending to install it on la ceiling eventually. The ceiling? Is there a mirror on the ceiling? I don't remember. Mais non! But I decided not to go through with it in the end. What should I do? Should I ask him more about the mirror or not? Yeah, do it. If you really had such a large mirror in the restaurant, someone would have noticed it. But there's nothing about a mirror in Mr. Kudo or Maggie Bird's testimonies. But...
Objection!
You didn't ask, right? You only have yourself to blame for such a sloppy work. Scotted! Thanks so much for following. Hello and welcome. What? A mirror was delivered to Très Bien that day before the incident. Really? As Mr. Armstrong testified, he was carrying out some design changes. And as it turned out, he didn't actually use the mirror in the end. It just doesn't add up. Even if a mirror was delivered to Très Bien, it doesn't prove that it was in the restaurant on the day of the crime. Oh, did I? Scott Edward, it is! Oh no! You're not wrong, Derek. Scott, thanks so much for following. Huh. If you want to doubt someone, right? Look in the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back at you will be dubious enough.
So the witness yesterday had seen the victim reflected in a mirror.
I don't know that I agree. Gonna learn for now since I have some moving to do. Hope the rest of your stream goes well. Thanks so much, Lori, and thank you again so much for rating. Really appreciate it. Normally, I'd expect people to know the difference between a reflection and a real object.
Objection!
Normally? How does normality come into this? That's lame, right? Even for you. Huh? Are you trying to say that if something isn't normal, it is impossible? Is that it? Where does that leave the porky-headed lawyer and the top-knot chick over there? And the ungodly cool guy with the mask over here? Well tried. Not the hair! I do not have a top knot!
Mr. Godot is correct. A lack of normality is no basis for discounting an argument.
Bien, logique as one de la day. Godot, there's nothing cool about you? I don't know about that. Everything. He would have seen everything in reverse? Ooh. Hey, Nick. We should take a sec and think about what old CD said in his testimony. Sethy! Thanks so much for the $20 donation! Why is he chewing on a rose? Because he thinks it's cute, probably. Thank you so much for supporting the Go2 Foundation. Or the Go2 Foundation. How did he phrase it again? How did he phrase it again? We're doing well. How are you doing, Seth? The boy was wearing the earpiece on this. Oh.
The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand.
If he saw everything he described reflected in a mirror, then everything he said would be on the left was actually on the right, huh? That clears up all the problems with his testimony, I guess. Or does it? No, because I don't think you could wear the eyepiece on the right side. Willows, thanks for following. Yes, this is still the poison coffee case. As we get further into the game, the cases get longer and longer. Huh. It's kind of hard to believe everything's the fault of a mirror, but... You think old CD saw everything through a reflection? If he did, it would explain all the contradictions in his testimony. But that just makes the situation worse for Maggie. There's gotta be something in that old man's testimony. We just gotta dig deeper. Yeah, I don't know. Let's look at our evidence then. I feel like it might be just Glenn's profile. Let's save it. Yep, we're supporting the Go2 Foundation for Lung Cancer this week in solidarity of Mochi and her mom, who was recently diagnosed with cancer. So if you want to learn more about it, you can either click the link that Hooples just put in chat for the go2foundation.org, or you can check our donation link. I think if you go to our page, hold on, I have some information here as well. Thanks, Willows. Have a great rest of your day. So anyway, we're gonna try presenting Glenn's profile. Yeah! The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back over Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we?
The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question, you can lock me if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt.
So to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudo saw that in a reflection in a mirror, it means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Exactement, you see, monsieur. Now that you think about it, it's not so hard, no? Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction. Hopals, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Heck, y'all are so generous. All right, we're gonna have to, I think, increase our goal. Yep, we're gonna have to increase our goal. Sending you lots of love, Mochi and Mochi's mom. That's very sweet, Hooples. Let's increase our goal. Let's bump it to 200. That is a great emote, Hooples. That's so good. Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror, why is it that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head?
Order! Order! Mr. Wright is correct. If the witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in a mirror, then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been over his right eye.
Objection!
How bitter. Right? You should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different? You don't understand the way the witness thinks.
How he thinks.
You remember this, I presume? I broke the vase. Sorry, apology. I mean, Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony? Exactly. The old man has one very grievous habit, other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. And what's the most striking thing about Mr. Elk?
Clearly, it's the victim's eyepiece.
You're not wrong, Derek, but he likes it. And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Elk's HMD made a big impression on the old man. I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh yes, they were both on his left ear. Do you hear? His left ear. Ha! Well tried. That's the worst but best impression of Kudo ever? Wow, I really thought he was old seedy for a minute there. You know, aside from the French accent. Godot's pretty good.
Enough. I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony.
Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boil of a contradiction you found is just a rash. A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So, what exactly was the old man looking at? An imposter! Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears. Oui, I can explain. Please, if you will look at the plans of the restaurant. It doesn't mean anything, Hooples. It is just a Godotism. Alors, is everyone sitting comfortably? The mirror? It was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves. There is only one seat from which you could have seen an image of la victime. That was the seat at the table next to la victime. That was where the old man was sitting. After la terrible incident occurred, I moved la mirror so it was not in the way. Like waiting for Godot? I don't know. But naturally, I did not touch anything else.
I see no problems with the explanation we have just heard. From the table next to the victims, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror.
What a naughty little coquette I am, confusing all the men like this. Don't worry about it. We can keep up except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again. Hey, Rex! Ah, I hate that guy!
You said you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that?
Volontiers, of course!
Very well. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please.
We know he stole a ticket. Do we have the ticket? Because we know he's lying. The other thing he may have touched is the medicine. But that would just be a guess. Who keeps refilling Godot's coffee? He's definitely got, like, a legal aid hiding beneath his desk with a coffee maker. Yeah, or an intern, yeah. Just hiding beneath the desk with a coffee maker and then setting it up and sliding it whenever he needs it. So, run this by me again. The mirror was here, correct? Oui. We? Really? Because I know if I were you, I wouldn't have put a mirror there. It would be in the way. Look who's talking, Wright. Huh? You're obstructing my view, among other things. But, this is my seat in the courtroom. Très bien, charme is that it gives you the impression that you're the only customer. Temporarily placing a mirror in that spot would hardly be in the way. Unlike you, Wright. I tell you, monsieur, that mirror was there in the middle of la restaurant. And where would that be? Oh la la, look at how you lean toward me. I always attract the younger boys. Maybe I should keep you in suspense a little longer.
Mr. Armstrong, tell the court what you know at once.
I attract the older ones too, you know, handsome. Shall I tease you too? I'm already seeing a very hot someone, so I'm afraid you'll be waiting for a long time. I bet she has mocha cream skin and cappuccino perfume. Bien, I will tell you. There was only one seat from which you could have seen. Oh dang, good for her, HD. Hey, no. Sock, no. People are allowed to support other content creators. We support that here. So why can you only see the victim from that particular seat? Mais, monsieur, it is obvious, no? If you look at the plans, you will understand. La victim would have been reflected in the la mirror, like so. If you were sitting at la table next to him, you would see everything, no? So that's the old seat he was sitting in on that day? When the poisoning happened. The old man was sitting at the table next to the victim? Why does that seem kind of odd? Hold on. Aha! The flower vase isn't broken. We're on it, drummer boy. This ain't my jam. This piece of evidence contradicts with the testimony we have heard, Your Honor.
The crime photo.
Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist.
What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright?
Should not exist? Sounds like you're describing yourself, Wright.
Now then, if the defense would please clarify its statement. What is the something that should not exist in this photo?
I think it's pretty obvious that this is what should not be in the picture.
The vase. What possible connection does that have with those witnesses' testimony?
Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have been no vase on this table. Because it very clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence. There's one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was sitting on the table where he was sitting. And yet, the court can see there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Oh, did they misspell it? It's pronounced vase, by the way. We have different pronunciations and it's fine. Because Mr. Kudo was not in fact sitting at the table next to the victim at all.
Objection!
Don't be an idiot, Wright. That's impossible. This is the only one Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from. Exactly. There's only one conclusion that we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in Tribulations that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie. Mon Dieu! Don't try to confuse the court, Wright. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase. What the police were taking their time getting into the crime scene. Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary. In his own words, I did not touch anything else except the mirror. Ugh. Starts chugging coffee.
Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself?
I was right. There was no mirror in the restaurant that day.
In light of this revelation, we'll return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear which he could not hear?
You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, right, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw? If I can answer this, then I'll be that much closer to the truth. I can feel it. Are you gonna be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? There's more than just one contradiction, Maya. What do you mean? Everyone's, oh no! Animations are very good. Okay, Sock, we'll see you in a bit. Remember what Maggie told us. There was another man at the victim's table, and there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. They're guiding me. They're trying to guide me in the direction that I'm already in. Hydrate. Okay, let's do it. Oh, the exploding radio was very good. You have a story. What's your story? And I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up.
Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer.
Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradictions in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. The victim was a phony. Oh dang, Tiffany! Thank you so much for rating! Hello and welcome! JT Singh! Hello! Tiffany! How is Monster Hunter? Welcome, Raiders! So many raids today. Thank you, thank you. I'm Estani. I'm also a member of Emporium. We're streaming Phoenix Wright today, doing silly voices and raising money for charity. You can check out the charity by clicking the link that Weirdy just put in chat. Zero, hello and welcome. From one Capcom chat to another. I'm here for it. How was your stream? I hope it was good. This case is riddled with contradictions. Hello, Baker. Your voices are not silly, they're accurate. I mean, they're silly, though. I was reading stuff on a coworker's PC and then someone messages them to praise me. Aw, that's sweet. Nice to meet you too, Zero. Welcome, welcome. Yet there's one very simple answer that clears them all up.
And what is that?
The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events. Go pee, Tiffany! What? Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn Elg at all. It was an imposter, a phony pretending to be Mr. Elg. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. I will say, that is one of my favorite things. When Godot, like, shakes his head, is like, nah, I got this. Just calmly takes a sip of his coffee and then spits it everywhere because he hasn't got a clue. I love that so much.
Order in the court! Settle down or I'll clear the courtroom!
Quiet, Clamps. Won't you clear out of here?
What did you say?
JT, thanks for following. Right. Are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup? Yes. Someone pretended to be Glenn Elg and acted out the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo.
Objection!
Get real, Wright. Why would anyone want to do that? Isn't it obvious? I'm glad you're liking the voices. Also, those emotes are so heckin' cute. The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was...
The serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. That's the serving girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. It's so hard to believe, but...
There was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee.
Objection!
Are you insinuating that the waitress in the old man's story was a fake as well? It's true there was no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but... It's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening. Estady was right, unheard of. I know, how dare I? Want emotes like that eventually too? They're very cute.
That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really was a scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct?
Oh la la, this is most difficult for me. Zero, thanks for following. Wow, Godot, it's like you've never heard of a conspiracy before. No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You are under oath, after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Très Bien that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened.
The defense request for additional testimony is accepted.
He knew. He's afraid of Furio. Absolutely. He's in debt to Furio for like $1 million. Which means that he's basically doing all this cover-up. Like, he's totally involved. Thank you. Love the vibes here. Yay! If I were to become a supervillain, I'll start to want everything cute. Obsessed with it against... I don't even think she's a supervillain at this point, but a fairy princess. Diet vibes, just watching my sanity.
You will accurately explain in detail the events in the restaurant that day.
Oh, oui. Oh, he's so sad. He looks like he's gonna cry. La victime, Monsieur Elg. He came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. There were no other customers. When he got word he won la lottery, Mon Elg became very excited. It's approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. No, there was no time for Phony to do la acting.
Just so we're clear, there was no mirror in the restaurant after all.
Je vous demande pardon. Forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly.
What you have just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later.
Oui.
For now, we will hear your cross-examination. Mr. Wright, if you please.
He took that perjury charge a bit too well. But I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. Also, look at us finally getting a lying witness charged with perjury. That's a first. Okay. So the timeline doesn't add up is the thing that we need to establish. If we had a stream prediction where the witness will commit perjury or some other crime, no, I'm not. The thing about predictions, though, is that there has to be a chance that they're not gonna come true. Every single witness will commit perjury. Was he alone at his table as well? Mais oui, I saw him from the kitchen. Yet the defendant, Ms. Bird, remembers it differently. She swears there was another man at the victim's table. Huh. Unfortunately for you, Wright. Yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. You know, seeing you squirm like that reminds me of a certain coffee's bittersweet bite. What kind of coffee has he been drinking? It's not coffee, it's love. It's love that's bittersweet. Hearing Maya say that makes her seem wise all of a sudden. By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct? Oui, he comes often for my special coffee. I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience. Oh, you make me so happy, monsieur. You're most welcome anytime. I said it was worth one sip and nothing more. So, old Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe I should ask about his arrival in more detail. What time was it? Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived? Oh, no, I cannot remember, monsieur.
I believe we were told by a witness yesterday. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a kind of scary old man, sir. Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness?
The incident happened about 20 minutes after he arrived, so the victim must have arrived between 2 p.m. and 2:10, no? Just after 2, huh? Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, monsieur. You are wonderful.
I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? The time of day will be added to the witness's testimony.
Oui, Monsieur George. Everything I do it for you.
Merci bien. That's French, isn't it? Ha ha ha.
I'm glad at least one person is in a good mood. It's totally a Canada GN too. He's even humming a song to himself. Hello, failure in motion. Where? This thing. I'm afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong. What? What do you mean? At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week, they announced the winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket. Oui, that must be la show mon egg was listening to.
I can't see any problem with his testimony, Mr. Wright.
I wonder. You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? Oui, oui. I am sure that I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I had just finished serving la lunch menu. Inflation made Millionaire show cheaper to run. I'm not surprised, because $1 million is not worth as much anymore. Get your point right, if you have one. That show is broadcast live at 1:30 p.m. I still take it? Oh, you and me both. And it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life.
It's on the air at 1:30.
Now, supposedly the victim made some noise when it was announced that he had won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2 p.m. Because the show had already been finished for more than 30 minutes earlier by that point. No! This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum. Catching a show that was already over. There's only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. The victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were two Start over. Yes, there were 2 Glen Elgs at Très Bien that day. The real Glen Egg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer. And the phony Glen Elg, acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness.
It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy?
Objection!
Quite the performance, right? You were almost on a roll. But sadly, you lack the rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song. What is this? Music Theory 101. Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it is now just after 2 p.m. The phony elk is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain then what the real Glen Elg is? He's in the kitchen. I don't believe I have to spell this out to the court. However, at that time, the real Glen Elg was already dead.
That's certainly the obvious conclusion.
Thank you, Wright. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say. What? Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours? Can you explain where the missing corpse went to? The missing corpse? According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer there. If that customer was the phony Glen Elg, then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim? Nag! In the kitchen, Phoenix, obviously.
The prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright.
We better save it before we mess up.
If your theory is to stand up to examination by the court, You must provide us with proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body?
Yes, Your Honor. No conjecture, right? Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden. Ah, the bottle. Evidence? What's with that intense pressure in here all of a sudden? I thought I had him with that contradiction. But he's turned it all around and backed me into a corner instead.
Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body of the real Mr. L concealed?
Inside Tribune. It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Tribune.
Interesting. But where could a body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court on these plans, Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor.
The exact location
where the body was concealed inside Tribune. The kitchen! The body was hidden here.
I see.
Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up? What's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location? The only thing we have is this ear medicine. Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle? No. I have never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use la very best bottles, monsieur. The highest quality only for me. Yeah, exactly, Dirk.
Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright?
Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Tribune. Eh? Quoi? But I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils. But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication.
What kind of medication?
I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. Elk visited an otolaryngologist. That Mr. Elk visited an otolaryngologist. I can't say it. That Mr. Elk visited an otolaryngological. Why is that so hard to say? Drummer Boy, this reminds me of us recording those lines for your voice pack, and we were all stumbling over the same thing over and over again. Gonna go make a clip. Thanks, HT. That Mr. Elk visited an otolaryngological. I still can't do it. I got close to that time. Otolaryngological. Otolaryngological. Okay. Okay, let's get some water. Hold on. That Mr. Elk visited an otolaryngological clinic and was given medication that day. We did it. You can't be serious. The defense had the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle matched the prescription that was given to Mr. Elk. Whoa. Glenn Elk's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen, at which time this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen? Mon Dieu! Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hid the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird. However, you were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back. No!
Order! That is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Mr. Glenn Elk?
Never! I could not do such an horrible thing.
No! Mr. Godot.
The bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules. You have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now? Then I like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear, my H-deficient friend? Je vous demande pardon. Please, you must hear me out. It is a trap. Listen to me, por favor. That's not even French.
Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong, and por favor is Spanish.
I'm only going to ask you once. Did you do it? No! No! Absolutely no! Let's hear it. You've got one shot. Right, Gramps?
Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you. As does my gavel.
Oui. It is clear. What do they always say in the movies? I got a bad feeling about this. Thanks, HD. Feel free also to post it to the Clips channel in Discord.
Very well. Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong.
It is true. I eat laborde in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him. I swear it. You must believe me.
You were forced? By who?
I cannot say, or I will be erased. Let's try a different question then. When Mr. Elk died, was he really the only person at his table? There was. There was another man. I knew it. Maggie was telling the truth!
You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright.
There's just one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer. So I feel like the only thing we need to press is this, because we have the reason, right? His loan contract for oh, it's $500,000, not $1 million. Anyway, I'm gonna press him on this just to make sure, but I think we just need to present that here. And what reason would that be, Mr. Armstrong? Pull out the reason, then drag out Tigre, I guess. Yep. You know, monsieur. Yes. Surely you cannot expect a young maiden to talk about such an embarrassment. A maiden? You're a bit old to get away with that. And a bit too male. No, Maya. If he wants to be a maiden, let him be a maiden. It doesn't matter. I can't finish the cross-examination without establishing his reason. So I'll just have to prove it with evidence. Okay. You have a $500,000 debt, don't you?
$500,000? Is this true, Mr. Armstrong?
Oui. Je suis désolé. I was weak and I borrowed la money. This is Mr. Armstrong's Achilles heel. And that's why you couldn't refuse anything asked of you by this man! A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything. This man told you to. Oui, it is as you say. Mr. Armstrong, la tiger. He told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting la victim to demand that he repay his loan. I don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to. I had no choice. I carried la body and la inconscient Maggie out of la dining area and into the kitchen. After that, I just tried to forget what I had seen. I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre.
I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison and the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron pocket. Was that your doing as well?
No, I knew nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who had done it, I was not. It is despicable.
Mr. Godot, you will summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow.
30 minutes.
What?
The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand. Not a minute more. How the? Don't sit back and relax yet. Try it. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go either way.
Very well, your request is granted, Mr. Godot. We will resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess.
To be continued. Dun, dun, dun. Tigre is also the French spelling for tiger, I'm pretty sure. And it might also be Spanish, but I don't know that for sure. Unless I'm wrong, but I think it is. Like, un tigre. Spanish. Yeah, I thought it was both. So we're finally gonna see the tiger on the stand! We've almost got this case won now, Nick! I wish I could agree. Huh? When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. But Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth. You mean you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know. But if that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're gonna need.
Hey, pal.
Detective Gumshoe! What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on end.
Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle black, little Miss Top Knot.
It's not a top knot!
Never mind about...
Oh, wrong voice. Never mind about the hair, just calm down, alright?
I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I get kind of wound up. Ah!
No kidding.
You gotta have something you need me to do, pal. Anything.
Well,
Hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I could get some prints analyzed for you if you got an hour.
An hour? The trial will have reconvened by then. But Nick, we still don't really have a decisive piece of evidence, right? True. Without some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour?
You bet.
In that case, would you mind checking out the prints on this for me? Probably this, because they're unidentified, right? If you're going back to the station anyway, could you find out whose prints are on this?
Oh, hey, that's the small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right?
Yeah, I think it's time we solve the last mystery of who the prints belong to.
Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing at me, too. Okay, I'll get this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back.
Okay. This is pretty much the final showdown, I guess. It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys!
Court will now reconvene. Mr. Godot, did you find this Furio Tigre?
I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job, no problem. Tamed him? The guy's name may be Furio Tigre, but come on! He's pretty lively. Be careful, he still bites.
Very well, please show Mr. Tigre to the stand. Witness, please. Wah!
Ah! Don't hide under the table, Maya! Unless there's room for me down there, too!
I am, what was you say to me? Nothing, I didn't say nothing honest.
Who could have guessed fear would induce a bad Brooklyn accent in the judge?
I got business to take up, you hear me? So who the hell called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky?
No, of course not. It was the judge. Your Honor!
Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal.
That's it, we're doomed.
Maybe you didn't hear me. I said, who the hell was it that called me in here?
There's no need to shout. We can all hear you.
What do you say?
There's no point in struggling. You're caught in a snare. The relentless snare of the law. And I am the one that hold you in. Too cool. Don't let him get the better of you, Nick! Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct?
Incident? I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, mask boy.
You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird?
Maggie who? I got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas. Of course, well, perhaps you could give us your testimony then. Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder.
Everyone's hiding.
Phoenix Wright. You's the one that set this up, didn't you? You's gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You hear what I'm saying?
Maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today. Get a grip, Nick!
I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all of my time in my office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from Tenderland every single day.
You want to check my alibi? Just ask Violetta.
Ah, at last I found my pen. Very well then, Mr. Wright, you're cross-examined. Wah! Oh, what is it? Please, witness, if you could refrain from shouting out like that. I know the kind of games that guy in blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details till he wins.
Lowlife? Me?
Listen up, Smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000, and you's gonna borrow the cash from me.
That is one loan contract I refuse to sign.
And don't think it ain't gonna hurt when you tangle with the tiger.
I love a good spectator sport.
Just a minute, that's really not...
This witness is, how can I put it, a hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Get on his bedside and he'll bite everyone's heads off. Yours too?
Very well, I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here.
You's better be listening. I said I got business to take care of. Big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus.
The court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of witness testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. You can do it, Nick! Come out from under there already, would you? Maya, come on. Alright. I'm pretty sure no one said it was a murder. Tied up with business, spent all my time in my office. Got whales lined up to borrow cash from tender lender every single day. Ask Violetta. I don't know which one to press. But I'm pretty sure we didn't say, we asked him about the incident and then he said it was a murder. How does he know it's a murder? So I feel like this is the one I'm going to press, but I'm probably going to get in trouble for it. I don't buy that you haven't even heard of the incident that occurred at Tribulations.
You's got a big mouth, Wright. You's trying to say I was in on some mob hit? Is that what you're trying to say? Where's your proof then? Evidence, yes. Well, for an attorney to make an accusation in court, he must have evidence. As from loan shark to lawyer, beginner's guy, yeah? Ah, I see you're the studious type, Mr. Tigre. Very good.
Why don't you ask him to represent you sometime, right? What should I do? F it! Go for it! Mr. Tigre,
What do yous want?
if you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail.
Objection!
This is a dead end, right? And you know it. Remember the rules! I did save.
Pressing the witness without evidence to back up your attack is prohibited. As I said earlier, the court will impose a penalty for such behavior.
You didn't even ask me for evidence.
Now then, Mr. Tiger, would you mind repeating your testimony from the beginning, please? My time ain't free, you hear? You's better remember that. If I miss that bus, someone's gonna pay. Ugh.
Okay. Let's loothe. Let's try this one. Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know.
You see these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is.
Sharp? Is he talking about Viola Cadaverini?
She writes everything in my scheduler. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says, so that's where I was. That seems like a rather sketchy schedule.
There he goes again. What the tiger did all December isn't the issue. What's important is what he was doing the day of the murder. So now what? Do it! Mr. Tiger,
What do yous want?
If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail, we're gonna get objected again. And he says, oh, ooh. No, it's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately.
I agree.
The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too?
Maybe you ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside.
And we have a calendar that contradicts that.
I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I ain't never seen that young kid before. I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Godot, if you could, please.
Mr. Tigre, the court asks that you add the last statement to your testimony. Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself. Because we have a calendar. Mr. Tigre, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glen Elg. But it appears that Mr. Elg knew you.
What?
How'd you get your gavel if you're afraid of criminals? I'm gonna go with, oh shoot. I can't think of the word. Nepotism. I'm gonna go with nepotism. Mr. Elg left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger. And the date? December 3rd.
December 3rd? That's the day of the murder.
So, Mr. Tigre, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glen Elg. Because on the very day of the incident, you met with him.
Not bad. You's actually not bad.
Sorry?
I was just messing with yous to see how good you were.
Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. That's one compliment I could do without. Plus, he's lying through his teeth.
Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated. You's calling me a liar? Is that what you's doing? Ruh-roh.
So you're saying that your claim to have never seen the kid before is the truth?
I said I'm dead serious. You better believe that's the truth.
Then I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is, while you testify for the court again, Mr. Tigre.
Oh, yes, would you mind indulging the court, witness?
He never actually met the victim? That's gotta be a lie right there. It's time I nailed this guy.
I ain't no liar. I never met Glen Elg. There was some lame guy with that name, though, wanted to borrow cash from me. Said I'm meeting with a guy at my office 10 to Linda. I waited around for him, but he ain't ever show up. I ain't never been to that Tribulations joint you see here.
So we can kind of prove that is wrong because we know that he has a CD in his office. I don't know that this is going to be able to come up though. We know he's got that CD in his office that has the same name as the virus that Elg created and brought to Tribulations, and then also wrote about it on that newspaper that he brought with him.
I see. That all seems perfectly logical. You had arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up.
I told it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead.
Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
I'm excited to see Tiger's meltdown animation. I hope it's good. Yes, Your Honor.
Didn't I tell you I got a big deal going down today? I ain't gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. That bill's going straight to you, right?
Don't worry, you're not gonna get on a train because you're going to jail. I don't know if we're still in Penalty City. Good luck making me pay for it. Oh, here's the issue though. He's not gonna take the express train because he's going straight to jail. And yet, your name was written on the victim's calendar.
Get that horse calendar out of my face! I'm the tiger, not a lame horse, you porcupine! Tigers like me eat horses like that for breakfast. No, 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 witnesses aren't permitted to eat evidence, not that they ever would.
Express train to jail? Exactly.
Well, there was a case once where a young lad ate.
Anyway, if you've never met the victim before, how do you explain that his note he left? That's very strange. According to the manager of the firm where the victim worked, December 3rd was the date he had to repay his loan. It wasn't due to discuss borrowing money, but repaying what he owed.
Oh, yeah, maybe you's right. Whatever it was going down at the beginning of December.
So you did meet Mr. Elg then?
Hey, Wright, yous might wanna cool you just a sec.
So your meeting wasn't supposed to be at Tribulations then?
Why would I want to go to a dump like that? If I want to talk with my clients, I got an office decked out for the job. I got the best punching bag you ever saw in there.
Oh, thank you so much for donating! Hold on, let me check and see how much it was for, because it got cut off. As soon as it refreshes. Refreshing like mad. There we go. The Magnanimous Platypus. Thank you so much for the $25 donation. I very much appreciate it. Hey, May, how's it going?
I got the best punching bag you's ever saw in there.
Not exactly a professional office you've got there, you know. So you were in your office on the day in question. He didn't show up. Huh. What do you think, Wright? Let's see. How does a dead man get from a French restaurant to a loan shark's office? And you yourself didn't go to Tribulations.
What are you trying to pin on me here? Why don't you come down to my office and we can chat about this thing my way, yeah? I got the best punching bag you's ever saw in there.
No need. I'm good, thanks.
Listen up. I ain't got nothing more to say except this.
So we need to prove that he was there. How do we do that? Never? Not even once?
Not even once. I was in my office the day that it went down. I ain't put no poison in no kid's coffee, capiche?
You think he really didn't meet Glenn Elg? Not likely. The cup? I didn't have his prints on it. Because I'm convinced this guy's behind the whole thing. So you mean that whole testimony he just gave was a lie? Of course. So we can't afford to give him time to think of ways to plug the leaks in it. I gotta nail him while I still can. Okay, so let's look through our evidence. We know that there was a doodle here for MC Bomber. Also, I love that there's a little doodle of Mask to Mask on there. That's very cute. Let's see what else. Autopsy report. Crime scene. Yeah, this is covered in the victims and Maggie's fingerprints, but there aren't any other fingerprints. Winning ticket. Big stains. Hey, Mandarakis! No fingerprints except for Maggie's. Oh! We could maybe do this, because this was found in his office. Okay, so... Oh! Wait! Wait! There we go! This one, because he's got the matches! You ever been to Tribulations? Then how'd you end up with these matches? Mr. Tigre, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches?
Matches? What's you talking about?
We found them in your office at Tender Lender. They're from that restaurant. If you've really never been to Tribulations before, what's a book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk?
You been snooping around my stuff too now, wise guy? What are you, my ball and chain or broad controlling me?
Does he not have a flustered animation? Oh no.
Order! Well, witness! I think it's time you started telling us the truth, don't you? Sorry, I'm terribly sorry, forgive me. I ain't no pussycat. I don't go back on what I said. But, okay. I was at the joint that day.
What?
But listen good, alright? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid.
Well.
Looks like an author just came in for another testimony.
I'm this close to proving it was him. He did meet with Glenn Elk that day, and he did put poison into his coffee. He must have.
I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened up the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. I heard the cop siren on my way out, and I went straight back to my office. I see. You didn't actually meet with him in the end, then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold it! If I wait around here any longer, I ain't even gonna make the normal express. No more stupid questions.
Huh. No problem. Anytime Wright presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays a penalty.
Mr. Godot, that's my job.
Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it!
Yes, sir. The Special Express ain't cheap, right? So you's know, since you's paying.
Oh man, doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? Alright. Let's... Oop, no, not this one. I'm saving here because this is the save at the beginning of the day, just in case we gave Gumshoe the wrong thing to take prints of, but I don't think so. So the meeting wasn't due to take place at Tender Lender at all then.
The kid was making a fuss about coming into the office. It's always that way when I want to talk about repayments. Even though I got the best punching bag you ever seen if there are any issues.
Maybe it's because of the punching bag that people are scared to come. So that's why you decided to meet at Tribulations. Huh. You're going over old ground again, right? Sorry? You just earned yourself a penalty. Now suck it down.
You will suck down the penalty, Mr. Wright, and you will like it.
Thank you, sir. May I have another? Alright. Last time was for pressing harder, so I guess we'll just be a little bit more careful with our presses. Yeah. Let's see. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, it doesn't say what time. I was like, what time was the meeting? But there's no time there. I don't know which one to press. So obviously the first one doesn't matter. The ugly scene doesn't matter. Guy laid out on the table stiff as concrete doesn't matter. So it's either this one, like, why would the place being hot make him want to split? Bitsy, thanks for hosting. Hello and welcome. Or hearing the sirens out and going back to your office. I'm gonna try this one, I guess. So you didn't actually set foot inside the restaurant then?
The tiger's a busy cat. I don't hang around for no one. I ain't got time to be caught up in no murder investigation.
So, when exactly did you pick up the matches?
Zero matches just inside the front door.
Our detective friend wound up in trouble with his chef after taking 5 books home. Poor Gumshoe. It's almost enough to make a man cry. Interesting that we didn't get a penalty for that one, though. You went straight back? Did a bout of guilt suddenly hit you for what you did?
What you trying to say?
Godot should suffer caffeine poisoning. He's not drinking enough coffee for that. You'd have to drink like 100 cups a day. Like, obviously... Well, I guess... You'd have to drink like 100 cups a day for a lethal dose, I guess. And he spits a lot of it out. You're not wrong.
What you trying to say? You trying to tell me you ain't never been guilty of nothing?
We all have our crosses to bear. We all have to swallow the dark secrets we hide.
Like this!
The courtroom's not exactly a place to talk about dark secrets, is it?
Seems you've done it again, Mr. Wright. Another irrelevant line of questioning. I must impose a penalty accordingly.
How about a penalty for those 2 jokers in the garbage they keep coming up with? Well, Nick, what do you think? He's running out of ways to avoid the truth. I need to press him fast before he has time to think things through. Gotta come right back at him with a contradiction. Be careful when you press on him, though. Or you'll get penalized, okay? Okay. So this is the only one so far that didn't warrant a contradiction or a penalty. This one did. He never stepped foot inside the restaurant, is what he said there, but it didn't get added to his testimony. Yeah, if this bar gets empty and they don't refresh during the trial day, so you only have the 1 bar for the whole day, if you empty the bar, it's game over. It's guilty verdict. You failed to prove your case. Your client is gonna die. All that bad stuff. So I guess we could get a couple, but I just like having a good cushion. Just in case. Because there are some times when like you save it in the wrong space and the only way to get out of it is with a penalty. And you could get yourself in an unwinnable situation that way. So I just try not to have any. Alright, let's see. So we already pressed that. Just wanted to ask why you prefer loading, and now you know. Because I don't want to get into an unwinnable situation. An ugly scene? What do you mean?
Objection.
The witness has already told us right, which makes that question irrelevant. But... I limit myself to 17 cups of coffee during the trial. That's the rule. You better limit the number of times you take a penalty, right? Or your guts will look like the inside of a chimney, a shen.
Don't make me burn you again, Mr. Wright.
I guess I shouldn't have pressed him on that.
Guess I'm gonna make that special express after all. So to recap, this ugly scene you saw was...
Alright. You mean you saw Glen Elk's dead body?
I guess I did, but I only saw him from behind. He was wearing some raggedy bit of cloth he called a hat.
And what time was this?
Oh. Huh? You know what winds me up a little more than anything else in the world? Watches. Round watches. I ain't gonna pollute my paws with some ticking headpecker. Out of interest, Mr. Tigre, what winds you up the second most? Huh? What do you think? Square watches.
Is this guy for real?
Look, all I need to know that something bad was going down in that place.
Huh, okay. So, we've got this one and this one. Neither one is adding anything to our testimony, which worries me. So I guess let's go through our evidence. Because this doesn't say that we found it in Tenderlender, but it might be the... Can't believe you didn't tell us to watch ourselves. Oof. We did find this in Tenderlender. It doesn't say that, but we might be able to use that regardless. That might be the only thing that we have. I think that's the only thing we have. So I'm gonna try it. It's probably gonna be wrong. And then, yeah, the music didn't stop. I know that's wrong. Nope. How do we prove that he met him? There's gotta be proof that they actually met. Is it the... I don't think it would be the sports paper. It could be, though. You know what? I'm gonna try pressing this and then the thing next to it and then go to the end and see if it adds anything additional. Running out of ways to avoid the truth. Press and fast forward. Time to think things through. Gotta come right back at him with a contradiction. So, where's the... The only thing I can think of is MC Bomber and the sports paper. Because nothing else is relevant to this particular thing. So I guess we'll try the sports paper on both of these. And if that doesn't work, we'll try the CD, and then when that doesn't work, I will take suggestions from the chat. Whoops. The annoying thing is that pressing him doesn't add anything to his testimony. Yeah, that doesn't work either. It's gotta be, I feel like the time has to be relevant somehow. Because he's like, I don't wear a watch. But we don't have anything that really talks about the time. We know from the autopsy report, time of death was between 1:30 and 2:30. May I make a suggestion? Sure, go for it. We know that he listened to the Millionaire radio before he died. We know from the chef's testimony that the police arrived at like 2:30. See the layout again? Sure. Oh, fair point. He would have had to step in because of the dividers. If he walked in right here, there's a divider in the way. He would have had to enter to see him dead. You're something of a loan collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigra?
No one escapes the tiger's clutches.
Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro. And no one escapes the Phoenix's clutches. I think it's time we got something straight. Was this straight? A new line of relevant questioning? These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You said that you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigra. From there, your field of vision would have covered an area something like this. Get something straight, that's gonna be hard.
Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim's seat. Isn't that what I just said? I saw the back of the kid's head.
Unfortunately for you, that's not possible. In the court... Oh, if the court would think back, you'll remember that between each of the tables is a tall partition.
Why, that's true.
Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. Oh look, he's sweating! We got him! So, from the entrance of Tribulations, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day because you met with him! Wrong. Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at his table. How dare you, Godot? The defense just proved that point to be moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Godot was not Glenn Elg, but a fake. Why would the door be hinged on that side? Why wouldn't it? Hold on. Oh, I see what you mean. I was misreading that. Yeah, that is awkward, huh? It should be hinged the other way. Doors are to be opened outward for optimum fire escape. It's interesting though, because in some places, especially where they get a lot of snow, doors are open inward so that way you can't be blocked inside from like snow piled up outside. Anyway. What? In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade. Sorry to derail. No, it's no problem, Bolt.
That will do! This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim?
Houses have other escapes than the door. True.
You say the killer murdered Glenn Elg and then impersonated the victim in a performance for Victor Kudo. In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of this criminal to the court.
It is the guy on the witness stand. Obviously, the killer is Furio Tigra. No one else could have done it.
What? Well, witness! Now that's cute. You think you can pin this on the tiger? Maybe you don't understand. The tiger is king of the jungle. So I dare you to say that. Come on, you've got the guts. You can't threaten me, Mr. Tiger. It's the defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright.
Oh, jeez, Phoenix.
Mr. Wright! Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Mr. Wright! Do not leave me to handle this alone!
Perhaps I can end this embarrassment.
Mr. Godot!
Let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't see the victim. Oh, no, no, no.
The serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. There's no question about it. She very conspicuously put some white powder in there.
Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains, he saw the accused put the poison into the coffee.
Yes, it was the waitress who poisoned the
Very impressive, Mr. Godot. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Huh. Found your pen at last, Wright? It was in my pocket. But anyway, Mr. Kudo witnessed 2 people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenn Elg, and the waitress from behind.
Yes, your point, Mr. Wright.
I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glenn Elg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show.
What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well?
The defendant, Ms. Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her.
Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that Mr. Kudo witnessed? Who is this woman?
Her name is Viola Cadaverini. She's an employee of Tender Lender.
You's making a big mistake. Do you know who Violetta's grandfather is? You better be going home in an armored truck tonight, if you know what I mean.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the voice acting. Cadaverini, yep. Stop shaking, Nick! Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Ms. Bird, has stated the following. Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy, and she had kind of a cackling laugh. There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table, who nobody but Ms. Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when that eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposedly listening to a half an hour after it was over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all of these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice. Once for real and once for show. And Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you.
Witness, what have you got to say?
That's cute.
Sorry?
You's alright. I can do with a guy like you around. What do you mean?
Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give you one more thing to think about before I go.
Something to think about?
You's got it all wrapped up nice, alright? Well, you's missed one real important thing.
But that can't be.
I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid too. But I couldn't have poisoned him, you hear? What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre?
Huh. What a troublemaker. Troublemaker? Looks like we're going to need another one for the road.
One more steaming cup of hot testimony. Indeed. Witness, will you explain yourself to the court? I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Tribulations between yourself and the victim?
Yeah, I loaned El Cash about $100,000.
That day, we was due to have a little chat. The kid had hit his payback day, you see. So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy and he starts screaming. Yes, I won $500,000. You got lucky, you know, real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she done, everything would have been over.
Yes, he does. Clearly divine.
Now that I see the principal amount you loaned Mr. Elg was $50,000. Yeah, well, you've got the vig to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know.
That's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice his principal.
And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question.
Yeah, he was one lucky kid. Got the $500,000 just in time. So I have no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case. His motive? He has to have one, but what is it? Got no way to pay up, huh? Not even a computer virus, huh? Nope, not that one. Okay, I guess we gotta press then. How much did he have left on his debt? You wanted it round figures? About $100,000. That's the whole amount. Well, talking about the guy who had 58 cents in his wallet. What? You telling me he wasn't even gonna pay for this coffee?
He certainly seems to have been a brave man, this Mr. Elk.
That guy was smooth, I tell yous. Real smooth. You'll have your money in less than 5 minutes, that's what he says to me. The guy then calls me the tender tiger. He was skating on thin ice with me. Alright. Let's press everything. You didn't have any way of paying the loan back. The fool was a gambler. He said he couldn't give it up till he landed a big win. So I agreed to help him.
Help him? You?
I kept hitting him with ideas for ways he could get big win. But then the guy kept losing. So you were helping him for his sake or yours? Went through compromise. You help me, I help you. What's the difference, huh? I don't believe this. Nick, would anyone ever really loan money to someone they thought was unreliable? Like, for example, if it were you, I'd only loan you $5 max. Thanks a lot, Maya. So how much were you expecting him to pay you back on that day? Hey, Kelsey.
What do you think? The whole package. $100,000 including interest.
That's a real heavyweight punch.
Once a client misses a repayment, you call the whole loan in. You want to make it in my world? That's all you've got to know. And how many times had Mr. Elk been late with his repayments?
Once. And how much was he supposed to pay back every month?
$50.
Sounds like Mr. Elk was in a real sticky spot. Yeah, at $50 a month, he never paid that huge loan off. Was that because the guy won the lottery? It was his last chance at a big win.
And you can confirm that this is the ticket in question. And that's it. The Millionaire Radio Show starts at 1:30 p.m. and runs for 10 minutes. That fixes the time you two met with some accuracy.
And then the whole scene was acted out again 30 minutes later. Also that Mr. Kudo would see it. I can still see the kid's face now. I ain't ever gonna forget it. Was there anyone else in the restaurant at that time?
I don't remember.
If there was no one there, I'll wear that ridiculous tiger shirt for a month. Mr. Armstrong, Maggie, and, if I'm right, Viola Cadaverini were all there at that time.
So the victim had intended to repay you from his lottery winnings from the beginning. Seems that way to me. But you wouldn't normally expect to win the lottery, would you?
Huh. The undying belief that your next roll will end the worst losing streak you've ever had. That's what defines a true gambler. He makes it sound so cool. Don't be tempted, Nick! You haven't got the willpower for it!
All I know is the kid took a shot and got lucky in the end.
The waitress, you mean?
The girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair. Who else could I mean? If she hadn't gotten in the way, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, over and done with.
Maybe I should push a little harder on this. What do you mean things would have been over and done with?
Are you so there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my 100,000 bucks back, that's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before the waitress got in the way. As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect what you just said.
The tiger's motive, huh? Okay. Can we now present... Let's press this first. Are you saying you had no other motives that day?
Yeah, so what?
Then why didn't you take the lottery ticket when you left?
What do you think? Because of Four Eyes over there.
Because of Maggie?
How about you go ask Four Eyes about that $500,000 ticket? She wanted it so bad. She poisoned Elk's coffee?
A likely theory. Oh, a likely theory! Your word hasn't held water today, Mr. Tigre. Let's not forget this witness was actually at the scene, right?
The law don't exactly agree with some of the deals I sent down. I couldn't be there when the cops showed up, so I split. I see.
Your Honor. The witness's last few statements are worth a good 2 cups of coffee.
Well, Mr. Wright, are you happy with the testimony or would you like it amended?
Leave it for now. Thank you, Your Honor, but there's no need to amend the testimony at this time.
Very well. Continue with your cross-examination then.
So the tiger was meeting Glenn Elk to get his money back. If Mr. Elk had just given him the lottery ticket, then that would have been the end of it. Yeah, so what's the tiger's motive? This is the big one. If I don't manage to undermine this testimony, it's all over for us. Why would he have to poison Mr. Elk? And why did he loan him the money in the first place, when he knew he couldn't repay him? Alright, so I'm gonna save it here. We're gonna try presenting some MC Bomber stuff. There we go, now we can do it! So, you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. Elk owed you, correct?
I loaned the guy the cash, so that's my right.
Unfortunately for Mr. Elk, I don't believe the $100,000 was what you were really after.
Objection.
What are you getting at, right? What else would a moneylender be after other than money? Oh, the moneylender was after money, but money in a totally different league. The kind of money that a single disc like this would fetch.
What is that?
A computer virus, Your Honor. A computer virus called MC Bomber.
A computer virus? What does one of those do?
A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer.
A computer? What does one of those do?
Oh, Judge. I guess the beard isn't the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. Velky! Thank you so much for raiding! Hello and welcome, raiders! How was your stream, Velky? Krizzle!
Velky crew coming through.
Thank you so much for the 24 months! Leech and Dazo, thank you so much for the hosts! Hello and welcome, raiders! I'm Estini! I'm also raising money for the Go-To Foundation for Lung Cancer for Mochi. Yeah, we've already raised $160. As a group, we've raised over $2,000. Woo! That's amazing! I'm glad you had a good stream. Hey, Meganot! Yeah, he's very sweaty. Dehydration incoming, drink more. You know, between Phoenix's sweating and Godot's coffee drinking, we're both probably very dehydrated. Alright, we'll hydrate again. Actually, I'll fill up my water. Oh no! Okay. Let me fill up my water and we'll all drink some more. One. Two. Three. Hydrate with gin, that counts, right? We'll be lenient with it today. Okay, Rex. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, the most important point is a virus like MC Bomber will be worth several $million on the black market.
Several $million?
Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glen Elk had no way to repay the money is crucial.
What?
Glen Elk was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Elk put up in order to borrow the money.
Objection!
You're trying to suggest the witness's motive was to get hold of that program? Exactly. The witness may have poor fashion sense, but he is by no means an idiot, right? A man like him could get his hands on $1 million without resorting to murder. Of course he could, provided that he had time. But what if he had needed the money right then? When the pressure's on, the luxury of choice tends to disappear.
It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? Why did Mr. Tigre need money to the tune of $1 million?
In December of last year, you found yourself in a need of huge amount of money. About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery.
How much of this do you know?
These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. And yet, when the payment was due last month, you somehow managed to pay it in full.
$1 million? A preposterous sum. Someone should just sue these HMOs.
No one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a morgue. But Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it.
Gwa! Order! 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 You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright.
I'm glad you're enjoying the accent, Leech. There was an even more ridiculous one earlier. Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini.
Did you say Cadaverini?
Bruto Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of all underworld activities in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. Phew. Record these and send it to someone who? Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire that $1 million Bruto Cadaverini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glen Elg's life to pay your debt. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigra's sole intention was to get his hands on the CD. Glen Elg had no way of paying back the $100,000, and Mr. Tigra knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigra would prefer to say never happened, but he can't, and neither can I.
The lottery win.
Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elg won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. Tigra with no way of getting his hands on that all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. So he resorted to illegitimate means.
That's crazy.
He murdered Glen Elg, and then he made his next move, to frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tigra posed as Glen Elg, while Viola Cadaverini played the role of Ms. Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one we heard about yesterday testifying, Mr. Victor Kudo.
Objection!
Ark's female voice was really good. For those of you who don't get the reference, a group of us played in a murder mystery off stream. And one of our players, Arclight, played a female character and did a very good lady voice.
Like I said, Wright, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about it.
He still talks to me in that voice and I don't know how to feel. Aw. But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigra's plan.
Order! Order! Silence, or I will clear the courtroom!
You's put on a good show, Spiky. If you want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You saying I dressed up like that kid, create a witness, and frame someone? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that. I agree.
You do!
Despite your appearance, you are very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Ms. Bird had no way out.
What? Another one, Mr. Wright!
Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Wright? Who you calling Spiky, Spiky?
What was this trick you say Mr. Tigra performed to frame the accused?
Take that!
What on earth is that? What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation.
Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigre, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago in this very court, you posed as me.
What? That's
the truth.
But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you, standing in here in this very court a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I had ever seen.
Can you prove that, Glamps? Prove the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man? Are you prepared to take this stand and testify that it was him?
Hey.
Forget about it, yeah? I wouldn't do something like that, not me! You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh? Have you no pride, sir? This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, right? Here in court we deal with people's lives.
Mr. Godot is right.
Your Honor?
Speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over this court as the judge with the vested power to hand down a verdict.
Oh, of course he doesn't have any pride. He's a tiger, not a lion. That's really bad.
Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it.
No!
If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness.
Nope. Not acceptable.
The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigre are dubious, for sure, but not conclusive.
But we've come so far! You say he impersonated Glenelg. You say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness would poison the victim's coffee. Ah! Sucks to be you, Wright. Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get mauled. You've got that. All we managed to do here was chase him around a bit. But I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt. Where is Gumshoe? Huh. Looks like I won't be needing a refill. If I just had one more piece of evidence. One more piece of evidence. And maybe I can get Maggie off the hook.
This witness's cross-examination is over. You are free to go, Mr. Tigre.
I'm waiting for a hold it, pal. Yeah!
Your Honor, sir.
Wait!
Detective!
Detective Gumshoe!
Sorry it took so long, pal. I staked everything on this. My badge, the works! So here it is. My heart is counted on this too. What is it, Detective? Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final, decisive piece of evidence. What?
I certainly hope it is.
Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results back from the lab.
The results?
About the prints, pal, from this medicine bottle.
Oh, so do you know who the prints belong to now?
You think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know.
So tell us. They're the tigers, right? I knew
it. You bet. Clear as crystal all over the bottle. The Furio Tigris paw prints, all right.
That's great. We've got him now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the line for this, Nick. I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on that bottle now.
Huh? What? Why not?
What we need to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison in Glenn Elg's coffee. He already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle, that really doesn't make any difference now.
I knew it. Great. No matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use.
Hey, don't be so hard on yourself.
This was our last chance to help Maggie. And I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. I'm alright. I'm a real loser. It's no breaking news to me, pal.
What's in the bottle? It is ear medicine. They already tested that. Detective Gumshoe? Maggie? Again, medicine. It's the ear medicine. They already tested that. You've been working on something for me?
Sorry I let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get out of your hair now.
Detective Gumshoe, wait! He's gone. Isn't there anything we can do now, Nick? I wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. There's gotta be a way.
Mr. Wright!
Yes, Your Honor.
I granted you a recess so you could prepare this decisive evidence you discovered.
Yep. Yep, you did, yep. Don't keep us all in suspense, right? Show us. Naturally. We can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we? Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste.
How much more of my time you's gonna waste? I ain't been to no court before. But yous lawyers should know how to blow things out of proportion. No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright.
Well, I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here. But maybe, if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit. I wonder what happens if you drink his ear medicine. Just saying. I'm just saying that his ear medicine is not potassium cyanide.
Present this final, decisive piece of evidence to the court.
Let's do it. This is the defense's final piece of evidence.
Isn't that the victims?
Your Honor. Naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigra!
What? But, Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information?
Everyone in here knows what this bottle contains, except one man. One person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark.
My prints are on that pansy-looking bottle, is that what you saying? Well, what the hell's in it anyway?
Are we gonna lie to him? A phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. It seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Mr. Tigra, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains... This bottle contains potassium cyanide.
Potassium cyanide?
The poison used to murder Mr. L, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tigra, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that?
You'd make one good clown, you know that.
What?
You ain't never gonna get this to stick. You's just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger?
A bluff?
I can see straight through you, Felix, right? That ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it.
And how would you know? No, this is the bottle we found traces of the poison in.
That's not what I used to kill him, idiot.
I love it.
Don't mess with the tiger, you're gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle was brown and was made of glass. That cheap piece of trash don't look nothing like it.
And how would you know? Got him. At last.
What? Why's everyone got quiet? I said that bottle.
Is this the bottle you're referring to?
Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle the cyanide was in. But you ain't gonna find my prints on that bottle.
Don't let that cozy looking suit fool you people. That lawyer's just playing games.
Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy where to go.
You still haven't figured it out? Don't you realize what you've just said?
What I said? What'd I just say?
You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. You really had nothing to do with, if you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. But just now, you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison.
Yous don't know who you's messing with. I'm the tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. Yous think I'm just gonna let some jumped up suit get a bet on me?
Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony. But that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with a phony lawyer is all played out by you. The biggest phony of all. Oh my goodness. Well then.
What's going on?
It looks like a blackout.
Well done, Wright.
I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Why?
Savor it.
While you watch the police restrain your prey.
Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe. But if this one hollers, he won't be let go.
Judge, no. He's a very sore loser.
Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tigre, Mr. Godot?
He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glenelg, Your Honor.
Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney.
Yes, she was. And in the absence of genuine evidence. But the Tigre made one mistake.
Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Hero Tigre is truly a frightening criminal.
Ha! The truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. Godot.
Well, I am now in a position to deliver my verdict. This court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird,
Not guilty!
That is all. This court is adjourned.
Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago. They didn't actually give Godot his last coffee. He was in his coffee catching stance and everything. His last coffee he threw at our head, though. But now I feel like I can forgive him. Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger. Look, Nick, in the doorway. Is it Gumshoe? It's gotta be Gumshoe and like that lunchbox. Yeah, Gumshoe.
Oh, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around, pal.
Wait. Detective Gumshoe.
Oh, yeah. Congratulations, Maggie.
Thanks.
I knew you were innocent all along.
Why didn't you say that in your testimony then?
Huh? Oh, well, I was... Well, I guess I better be heading off then. See you around.
Wait up, detective! Oh, he just ran off. Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even of any use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles. Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him. Oh, that's not Maya talking. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him. Can't you put in a good word for him, Nick? Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie? You know, Detective Gumshoe's really been worried about you through all of this. He doesn't deserve this. Especially because he tried to say that she was innocent and they shut him up because they weren't here for his opinion. They were just here for the facts. I wanted to believe that, sir. But on that first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up. He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts. He doubted me. That's why. He thought I might have done it. I gotta prove to her that Gumshoe really cares about her. I know. I give her a little present to celebrate her freedom. Lunchbox! Here you are. A present to celebrate your freedom. That's a present from Detective Gumshoe, made with a ton of love. He said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe. I actually really like weenies, you know. Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know. Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Is it okay if I eat this now? So, how is it, Maggie? It's really good. Aww. So the case of phony Phoenix versus genuine Phoenix comes to an end. The false allegations surrounding Maggie have been lifted, and who knows, maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. The end. Ooh, turnabout beginnings with Edgeworth looking nice. So we're going to take a break here because we've been going for about 3 hours. Isn't that lunchbox a day old? Yep. Yesterday's lunch is still lunch, I guess. So we're going to be taking a brief break here. It is a good point to get up and stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello everyone, we are back. I hope you all had a nice break. I'm gonna take a look and I want to see how the whole team is doing. So far, we have raised a total of $2,257 of our initial $1,000 target. That's amazing. Y'all are amazing. And we're still doing more charity stuff for the rest of the week. Okay. Let's get back into the game. I wonder how many episodes there are in this game. The girl. Let her go. Oh no. Shut up! Come closer, and I kill her. Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. Isn't it usually 5 for each? I don't remember. We're about to see some things? I'm reading through the file of an old court case. It was the first case of my longtime mentor, Mia Fey. Name, Terry Falls. Charge, kidnapping and murder. Sentence, death penalty. After escaping, Falls met with and then murdered Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, recaptured on Eagle Mountain about 8 hours after his escape. Her very first client was a death row inmate who had recently broken out of prison. That was a whole year before me and I ever met. Wait, doesn't that contradict what we learned before? I'm confused because, okay, so I thought at the very beginning of this game, they referenced Mia's first trial, but it was related to the case that she was on that day. Sock, you are allowed to lurk as much as you want. Do what makes you comfortable. Engage as much or as little as you want. Lurkers are always welcome here and appreciated. You'll see. Okay. I'm so nervous. I feel like I'm gonna die. I never should have accepted this case. Oh, good morning. Don't be so jumpy, Mia.
Why have you do one of these voices again? I didn't do nothing, I swear. I didn't kill nobody.
Terry Falls, my first client. Sentenced to death 5 years ago and now a prison escapee. Just relax, Mia. Make small talk and try to relax him. So why did you escape anyway? Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie. I didn't escape from nowhere.
But Mr. Falls, the police just recaptured you 2 days ago.
Sorry, I told a little lie.
Oh boy.
But anyway, I didn't do it. I never killed nobody.
Sorry for asking, but you're on death row, right? Hey, Project Orb. I'm really sorry.
They sentenced me to die 5 years ago, but I was tricked, I tell ya! That woman, she lied in her testimony. That's why I got the death penalty. I swear it, I didn't kill her. I could never do that.
2 days ago, he escaped from the police wagon when it crashed. Then about 8 hours later, a policewoman was murdered before the police could recapture him. The police believe that Terry Falls did it. After you escaped, did you meet a policewoman?
Yeah, I did. She's the reason I escaped.
So that much is true. He did meet with the victim.
But I didn't kill her. She was alive when I left. She was alive. It's true.
I can trust him, right? I mean, I should. Yay! Awesome, Leech! Oh, it's you!
You're not going to figure out the truth just by staring at the guy.
Why are you here?
I came to see how our little kitten was doing all alone in the big scary lion's den. I thought maybe you'd like someone to play with.
Where's Mr. Grossberg?
Huh. That old man is probably still in bed.
Hey, Furman!
Hello.
Thank you so much for the 26 months. How you doing? I hope you're doing well.
I bet he's clutching an empty bottle and mumbling in his sleep.
His name's Armando, apparently. Oh, this is Diego? Wait, what? This is Diego? What? My mind just got blown right now. I think I remember that Diego was Mia's boyfriend who got murdered. Yes, this is Godot. I think. I mean, he certainly looks identical to Godot with like a palette swap. Is the French accent still relevant? He looks like Godot, so he's staying that way.
Aren't I good enough? After all, it's me, Diego Armando.
I didn't say... I cannot do an Argentinian accent, so he's staying French. So, Diego Armando, the finest attorney at Grossberg's law offices, is here for me?
No, you got it all wrong. Today, you're the finest. After all, it took an amazing amount of guts to take this case. Imagine, an escaped death row convict for a first client.
Yeah, thanks. I sure wish I could get out of it, though.
Relax. I just heard some good news. The prosecutor for today is fresh out of his diapers as well.
Is it Edgeworth? I feel like it's Edgeworth. Really?
However, unlike a certain somebody who I won't mention, he's earned a reputation as a genius since beginning his law career.
Genius? Well, it's about time to head in, kitten. Sharpen those claws of yours. It's go time. A solitary confinement cell for the condemned must be the world's loneliest place. And that's what my client ran away from. Every other lawyer gave up on him, but not me. When I saw those overflowing eyes and heard that simple childlike voice, I just had the feeling that he was telling the truth. Oh no, it's a different judge! He's gonna have the same judge voice though, because I can't not.
Court is now in session for the trial of Terry Falls.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Canadian judge?
I understand the lawyers for both sides are newcomers. Eh?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm Mia Fey. Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor.
So you're the new prosecutor everyone's talking about, eh? They say you joined the prosecutor's office at quite an early age.
At 20, Your Honor. I guess our little kitten hasn't earned herself much of a reputation yet, huh? Apparently he's from Canada, but also related to other judge. It's confusing. They're all brothers or something, I guess. He was the other judge in the mask-to-mask case. Yes, I do remember. Come on, Mia. You can't lose. Not to someone younger than you.
Young people running a trial. I'm not too sure how I feel about that.
I'm sorry. Here comes the bad Canadian accent. I'm sorry. Here's the thing, though. All of my accents are bad. They're all bad. They're all bad. Prepared to be offended. Okay, great.
Now then, the defendant in this case is currently a felon on death row.
But also, what kind of Canadian accent? The only one I can do, the generic fake one. The one that's mostly American with some oots in it. Canada's fake, it only has one accent. That's not true.
2 days ago, he escaped from a police wagon, is that correct?
Precisely. But the defendant is not on trial for escaping prison. On the day the defendant escaped, a policewoman was murdered. Ah, so Atlantic Saskatoonian. Sure. So we're here to determine if Mr. Falls was responsible for her death. You got it, kitten.
Well then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's hear your opening statement.
Yes, Your Honor. It was 5 years ago. The defendant, Terry Falls, was sentenced to death in this very court. His crimes were kidnapping, extortion, and murder. The girl he threw off the bridge was only 14 years old. Edgeworth looks really different in this game. Is it because he's younger, or is it just because they updated the art style?
A truly horrible crime, I remember it well. There was no decisive evidence, so that trial was long and protracted.
Correct. But in the end, what finally decided this case was a certain witness's testimony. A witness's testimony. It's just that he's younger, okay. The testimony of Detective Valerie Hawthorne, the person who confronted this criminal. She arrested Mr. Falls at the scene and later testified against him. She said she witnessed Mr. Falls throw his young victim into the river. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. So Mr. Hawthorne's testimony was the one that put him away. Alright, let's do some stretching and stuff. Alright, posture check. Poor boy hasn't distanced himself from Von Karma yet. You're not wrong. And hydrate. Okay.
That policewoman you just mentioned, that wouldn't be...
Exactly. The victim. The same woman that was killed 2 days ago. Police Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne.
Aha! I see. The man who was sentenced to death based on her testimony escaped 2 days ago. With only one thing on his mind, to take revenge against the woman who convicted him. Aha! The truth is becoming clear to me now.
Huh?
Yes, yes. It's quite obvious that the defendant is guilty.
Wait a minute. That's not right. At least hear the case before you decide on the outcome, Your Honor.
Watch yourself, Ms. Fay. I'm not sure I care for your word choice or your tone of voice.
Young people these days simply don't know how to respect their elders. Why, you're even younger than me, you hypocrite.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, please call your first witness.
I called the detective who was in charge of the initial investigation of this case. I like that young Gumshoe just has a lighter coat. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Gumshoe, Dick Gumshoe. I'm the homicide detective in charge of this case, sir. I finally got promoted to Detective Division half a year ago.
I don't believe anyone asked you that.
Hey, ma'am, you got any idea how much work it takes?
What is it?
You're really gorgeous.
Excuse me?
No, seriously. My heart is aching for you.
Detective, pull yourself together and try to be professional. Otherwise, I'll write you up on contempt so quick that something other than your heart will ache.
Okay, I got it. Now, detective, tell us about the incident. Yes, sir, right away. The victim was Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, a veteran on the police force. She was stabbed in the back with a knife and died from excessive blood loss. That much is already stated in the autopsy report. The court would like to hear more details about the incident itself. Yes, sir. I gotcha. Okay, let's take a look at this aerial map of the area here. This is a sketch of Dusky Bridge, an old suspension bridge. And the river that runs under there is Eagle River. The victim and the defendant met there on top of the bridge. After stabbing her in the back, the victim carried the victim back to his car. He was recaptured at a police checkpoint as he was trying to make his getaway, sir. I see. Was the victim's blood found on the bridge? The victim, Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, was wearing a thick coat, sir. Unfortunately, no traces of blood were found on the bridge.
Then how do you know that's where it happened?
Mr. Edgeworth, I warn you that I absolutely despise conjecture.
This river is Eagle River. Confusingly, there have never been eagles here.
If there was no blood on the bridge, you have no proof that they even met there.
Your Honor, if you would listen to the testimony we have prepared, I'm sure you'll be convinced. The two of them most certainly did meet on the bridge that day.
Why, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm not sure I like you wagging your finger at me as though I were some hoser.
Jeez.
Detective, proceed with your testimony. Yes, sir.
Here we go, Mia. Hang on. Okay, now, listen carefully, kitten. There we go. He is Canadian. One mistake and this guy will drink you for morning tea. Tea? Trust me and get ready.
On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir. The criminal stuffed her body into his car trunk and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls was arrested at a police checkpoint we set up at the base of the mountain. Well, you certainly have established the importance of the bridge.
Naturally.
Now, would the defense please hurry up and proceed with the cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination. Coming right up. Hey, settle down there, kitten. If you keep trembling like that, you're going to make me spill my coffee. I'm not trembling, it's just cold in here. I don't know also why I made Armando have a French accent. That's weird. The courtroom can be a cold battlefield, all right? Especially for a beginner. I don't need you to worry about me. I mean, the defendant, the witness, everyone's a beginner in here. Huh, you got me there. Well, maybe you should keep your claws out and show them what you got, kitten. It's okay, Mia. Stay calm. You know, Diego could be from Spain and moved to France when he was a baby. Okay, Mia, stay calm. Just remember those court procedure videos you stayed up all last night watching. Oh, Mia. This unknown person, you have no idea who it might be, right? It's not like they border each other or anything. It's not like I can do a Spanish accent. Oh, we did? Did I miss a donation? I did. Furman! Thank you so much for that $40 donation. I'm sorry I missed it. Let's up that goal. Thank you so much! Y'all are super heckin' generous!
Sorry, but I'm afraid I do.
What?
The one who called Sergeant Hawthorne was the defendant, Terry Falls. What? The defendant called her. Sergeant Hawthorne was a very thorough person, sir.
What? What the heck?
She left a note about a phone call with Mr. Falls.
A note?
Yeah, a top secret memo that she left in her desk. According to this note, it seems the one who called her to the bridge was indeed the defendant, Terry Falls.
Whose bright idea was it to keep that note from me? Huh. Looks like the judge is even more sure of his verdict now. Listen up.
Never ask a question if you don't already know the answer.
It's the detective's fault. He's the one who said unknown person.
Hey now, don't make that face at me.
I need more water. Too many gruff voices in the first half of the game.
Hey now, don't make that face at me. I just said it that way because the prosecutor told me to.
Was that a trap? With that cute face, I didn't expect him to be so sneaky. A bridge up in the mountains? But why meet there?
Because it's a very important place to defend it, that's why. What do you mean by that?
If you remember, 5 years ago, the defendant kidnapped a young girl. He was chased onto a bridge, and it was there that he killed his hostage. And the place where all of this occurred is, of course, Dusky Bridge.
The very place where Sergeant Hawthorne arrested and handcuffed Mr. Falls.
Alright, let's stretch. We've been doing a lot of self-care today.
Ha! Returning to the scene of the crime. How nostalgic. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir.
Was the body of the victim discovered right away?
Yeah, we were really on the ball. We found the criminal within 1 hour of the murder. It was great! We even got to say, "Don't move, we got you surrounded!"
Wait a second. Isn't there something weird about that? The location was a suspension bridge up in the mountains. So how did they find out about the crime so quickly? Sergeant Hawthorne must have mentioned the phone call to someone else, right? Huh. If that's what had happened, then she wouldn't have been killed.
She never mentioned the phone call from Mr. Falls, but she left a note on her desk about it. If only I had noticed it earlier, maybe she'd still be alive.
I wonder why she didn't mention the phone call to anyone. Hold on. Can we read this? Falls, 4:30 p.m. at that bridge. Wear white scarf for identification. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Huh. Who the heck is Dahlia? Have a good nap, Corey. Mr. Falls had a car then.
Well, that bridge is way up the mountains, ma'am. The defendant and the victim both went up there by car. I mean, how else, right? What? You mean the defendant drove his own car? No, of course not. It was stolen. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light. Car thieves. I'm not sure how I feel about car.
I should have said a boot, whatever.
Car thieves.
Is this guy sure how he feels about anything?
There's a photo of the stolen car's trunk. Naturally, that's the body of Valerie Hawthorne in there. Whoa, that doesn't look too comfortable.
The victim, she was stabbed in the back, correct?
Yeah.
Huh. For some reason, men always seem to get stabbed in the back. We're talking about a woman here.
You can't tell from this photo, but the knife was stuck in her back nice and firm. The condition of the body when it was discovered is very important information. Detective, was there anything strange or noteworthy in the trunk of the car?
I mean, This is broken, which is kind of weird. Let's save it, because clearly when he says, I don't see anything strange, do you? Also, her white scarf is missing. I'm not sure which to present. Let's try this. Yeah! Witness!
What is it? Do you have something to say, Miss Faye?
I'm sorry, I totally forgot what I was going to say. This is the first time I've ever had to actually address someone like that.
You should have practiced before coming to court. Honestly, Miss Faye, I'm not sure I like this.
Say the little kitten want a piece of my coffee candy? Candy? Well, you're still too young to be drinking real coffee. Come on, Mia, shake it off. You're a lawyer. Detective.
Yes, ma'am.
This photo. You said that there was nothing peculiar about it, is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Well then, I suggest you take another look at the note the victim wrote.
The note?
It very clearly says, wear white scarf for identification. The caller must have forgotten that what the victim looked like, thus this special request.
I
have one very simple question for you, Detective. Where's the white scarf? I can't seem to find it in the photo.
Well, to be honest, we didn't find it in the trunk, ma'am.
And you stopped there? You should have looked for it.
The caller told her to wear it to identify herself, so I expect she did just that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this?
I see the defense is a little lacking. The scarf you are searching for so desperately. Is this one perchance? I mean, that looks more blue than white.
Oh, where did you find that, sir?
On Dosky Bridge. I was there first and decided to conduct my own investigation. That's not how any of this works.
Why didn't you tell me?
I made a decision to keep all pieces of evidence in my personal satchel. It is the safest place I know.
That hotshot sure is flit.
Oop! Why? I don't know why I made him gumshoe, but I did. That hotshot sure has a flair for the dramatic. It's not exactly white, as the caller requested, but as you can see, it's close enough for what it was intended for.
It looks like it spent some time in the mud.
Not surprising. It was drizzling on the mountain that day. Prosecutor Edgeworth. He was intentionally hiding that scarf the whole time.
The court will accept this scarf into evidence.
Edgy's wearing a white scarf. That's more like a cravat, I guess. But I guess it could be. Now, if the attorney for the defense has finished embarrassing herself, I'd like to move on with the testimony. That is all right with you, isn't it, Ms. Faye? Boy, would I like to wrap this scarf around his smarmy little neck. We did it! Yeah, we hit 200 and up that goal. You do love to see it. Very good. Now, if we're done with this mud-covered scarf business, the prosecution moves to establish conclusivity. Oh, conclusively, and with very hard evidence that Miss Hawthorne and Mr. Falls did indeed meet on the bridge that day. Welcome back, Mochi! Further, we will show exactly what occurred there.
That sounds quite promising. I can't wait to hear all about it.
Everything is moving at his whim. Don't forget, kitten, there's a reason why everyone considers this kid a genius. A genius, huh?
Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows the Vic wearing the scarf, sir. It was drizzling that day. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. That must have been when the scarf fell off.
But they're facing each other.
Looking at this photo, you really get the sense that this bridge is very high up.
I'm also blown away. Like, everyone's generosity is super hecking touching. It is about a 40-foot drop from the bridge to the Eagle River down below.
Mr. Edgeworth, who took this photo anyway?
Let's just say it was a well-intentioned third party.
Aha, a potential witness. So why isn't this person in the courtroom? Well, they said they absolutely did not want to testify.
The person in question is very delicate, Your Honor. It's super amazing! Besides, as long as we have this photo, I see no reason to compel them to testify.
I'm not sure how I feel about that.
So as you can see, Terry Falls had both motive and the opportunity. I think it's quite clear at this point what happened on that bridge.
Aha, the truth is becoming clear to me now.
Huh?
Yes, it's quite obvious. He's clearly guilty.
Not again, that's not fair. I haven't even done my cross-examination yet. What do you mean, Does Mia know she's a spirit medium at this point in time? I believe so. I believe she initially trained as a spirit medium and then left to become a lawyer. Anyway, this is the interesting statement that he makes. Because how is he there? Whoops. Is that part of the witness's testimony as well?
Of course it is. He pushed the victim hard in the back and she fell down right on her stomach. I remember that happening once myself. It was really brutal.
Are you talking about seeing someone get pushed, or were you the one getting pushed? Hey, EXO! Everyone becomes a spirit medium, then becomes a lawyer. Totally natural progression, absolutely. Yes, it's Canadian, Judge. It doesn't mean that you push someone down like that once. With his mind-boggling tales and the way he said brutal. I wonder if he's Canadian. Wow, okay. Huh. Save your nasty look for the right person. Huh? Take a look. Poor baby, the court record seems to have wet itself. Hey! Watch where you spill your coffee. Court record, huh? Yeah, I meant to do the court record. Anyway. Nope, not that. What? So... Wait, how is it not this? think the game's trying to tell you the judge is Canadian. I don't know. That seems like a stretch. So what else is in the court record? Well, she fell on her stomach and her scarf got muddy. Why isn't she muddy? Maybe we could try that one? So at the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle coming down, correct?
Yeah, and fog too. Just a generally soggy atmosphere.
Well, I have evidence that doesn't go with that soggy atmosphere.
But this is a photo of the victim's body that was found in the car trunk.
Considering the conditions at the scene of the crime, something isn't right.
Well, by all means, please enlighten us as to what isn't right. What is it about this photo of the trunk that doesn't fit with the thing?
Naturally, the answer is right here. The
victim's coat? As far as I can see, there's nothing strange about it.
I feel so dirty right now. I feel so bad doing the boots. That's exactly what's strange. Recall the testimony. What were the conditions on the bridge that day? It was drizzling and foggy. Dusty bridge was all wet. If the victim really had fallen down on her stomach on top of the bridge, then the front of her coat should have been covered in mud.
That's exactly right. The other day I fell on a muddy street and my gorgeous playoff beard was befouled.
I do admit that the crime scene was quite wet that day. However, that doesn't mean that the top of the bridge itself was muddy. If your honor had fallen in the shower instead of on a muddy street, your glorious hockey beard, pride of the legal league, would be wet but not muddy.
Fortunately, I have yet to test that. Still, your point is well taken.
Can you prove that the surface of the bridge was muddy that day? Surface of the bridge, huh? A real man wouldn't stand for a taunt like that. Neither would a real woman. Of course I can. Here's the evidence that proves the surface of the bridge was muddy. Ollie, thank you so much for rating! Hello and welcome! How was your stream? Oh, you're gonna get 11 days off, Leech? That's awesome. Sleep well. Hey, Pengy! Hey, Animax! Welcome, welcome, Raiders! How was your stream? Alright, let's get a shout out for Ollie. Ooh, Transistor! I played that. I don't think it was for me, but I really like the story and the atmosphere. How are you liking it? Also, hello and welcome, Raiders. I'm Estani, variety streamer, art streamer, and voice actress. We are playing more Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations today. We're also raising money for the Go-To Foundation for Lung Cancer all this week. So you can check it out by checking out some of those links in chat. The evidence is this scarf.
Ah.
It should be obvious. If the scarf fell onto the bridge and got this muddy, it means that the bridge was obviously covered in mud. Oh, no, I can't be outwitted by this novice bimbo. Hey, same to you, buddy.
Ms. Faye's assertion makes perfect sense to me.
played it before but wanted to replay it, so it's been super fun getting all the character bios by using different abilities. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. For me, like, I never really got much into the gameplay. I think it's just not what I like in games. But I really enjoyed the story and the atmosphere and the characters. Is it only me who remembers when Greybeard had to go for a spin class during the DS13 case at the end of the first game? I guess so. I didn't remember that at all. I do admit there appears to be a contradiction between the condition of the victim's coat and her scarf. However, the real question is, why is there a contradiction? Huh? For every contradiction, there exists an explanation. Let's look at what the explanation is in this case, shall we? And what the explanation in this case may be, shall we? Alright. It's not like he's really giving me a choice here. Huh. You're doing pretty well for a little kitten. Stop with that, Armando. We are a real lawyer. Mr. Armando. No matter what he says, a contradiction always comes down to a lie. Sucker for pretty much anything we made by Supergiant Games? Fair enough. Is either the victim discovered in the trunk? The witness's photo showing the defendant and the victim? Or the witness's testimony that stated she saw the moment of the murder? Just relax and think it over. It's pretty simple, isn't it? The false evidence is one of those three.
What you said just now, I'm not sure I like that.
That wasn't me, Your Honor. It was the coffee aficionado over here that said it.
This court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know.
Blame it on him, Your Honor. He's the one trying to slip false evidence into court. But we won't let him. We'll expose his evidence as the flimsy scam it really is. Yes. The false evidence in this case is the... It's gotta be the testimony. It is a no-brainer. Obviously, it's the witness that's suspicious. During his earlier testimony, the detective pointed out a crucial fact. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Now, is that testimony exactly what the witness claims to have seen?
Yeah, that's what the witness told us.
That testimony is filled with holes. After all, the victim's coat isn't dirty at all.
That's true.
Huh. It's not just true, it's the truth. If there was a truly decisive witness in this case, I'm certain that boy wonder if they would have called them in the first place. Your Honor, the defense requests to cross-examine the eyewitness. The testimony presented so far is not only vague, but contradictory as well.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears that we'll need to hear from your mystery witness after all.
You should brace yourself. Whoa, wrong voice. I'm getting my voices all mixed up today. You should brace yourself for the brutal truth. Your Honor, the prosecution has no intention of hiding the witness from the court. We're prepared to present our witness at any time.
Very well. Please bring forth your witness at this time.
Hey, Platt! What Mr. Edgeworth said kind of worries me. What does he mean by the brutal truth?
Now, let's proceed with the testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, please go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution summons a woman who saw the events that day with her very own eyes. This is it, Mia. The battle begins here.
Witness, what is your name?
I can't voice today. Ah. Oh my gosh, wait a minute. Dahlia Hawthorne. Witness, what is your name and occupation? Yep. Everyone is so silent that I can hear their hearts going pitter-patter.
Oh. When I look at you, how can I put it? You look as scrumptious as a double-double on a dozen donuts.
Just in case you didn't know, he's Canadian. I'm sorry.
I feel like I want to hurry up and hand down a verdict just to have a bite.
Also, stop being gross. Hey, not so fast. As I said before, this witness is very sensitive and delicate. He's a fake, they're called Timbits. This is too funny. I would ask the court to please exercise care when addressing her.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. You are a true gentleman. Miss Fay, you can learn a lot from this man.
If he's such a gentleman, he sure doesn't act like one to me. Sir?
Yes, my dear?
This is my first time, so I'm sure I'll make a lot of mistakes. Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all the trouble I might cause.
Not at all. It's no trouble at all.
Now then, may we please have your name and occupation? My name is, Melissa Foster. I'm a college student. A freshman in the literature department. You were on the scene when the unfortunate event occurred, correct? And you were the one who took this photo. Is that accurate? How can you be so mean?
Now see here, what are you doing shoving that in her face like that?
Huh? But it's just a photograph. It's not like it's something dangerous.
Next time I'll be forced to penalize you.
Uh-oh. I don't like the turn this has taken. Is she staring at me? And you would be? Huh? I'm the defense attorney. My name is Mia Fey. I see. So you are.
Now then, young lady, could you please give us your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll do my best. I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. Then, I noticed there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly, they just started fighting. That's when I hurried and took the photo that shows that crucial moment. And right after that, I called the police. But it doesn't show the crucial moment. It just shows them talking to each other.
By the way, where were you standing when the incident occurred?
I believe the map would be of help here. I was standing right over here. I was standing in a beautiful field, surrounded by tall cliffs.
So you took the photo from that location, eh?
I brought the camera I was using at that time, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me to.
Ho ho ho! What a cute camera, just like its owner.
I have some problems with that. Because, okay, if we look at... So she said she was standing here. They'd have to be standing, like, all the way back here on the bridge. But we know from... Where's the photo? We can... I guess that's possible, actually. This rock could be... That rock could be this here. I was thinking that it was something else, but no, that actually tracks. They're like... So if she's here... Yeah, they'd have to be right here on the bridge, right over that X. Is it off, though? I mean, it doesn't seem too off. It is kind of weird that she's... standing all the way back here. Like, I guess she got there first and then he showed up? Must be a charity week. It is a charity week. We're supporting the Go-To Foundation for Lung Cancer this week. I posted about it on Discord. You can also type !charity in the chat to learn more. Hey, Golden! Also, hey, Disintegration. I don't remember if I said hi to you before. Lung cancer, bad. It is. And the fact that this is the lowest point in the little, like, it dips here suggests that they are in the middle of the bridge, which makes sense that they would be, like, right here. So I don't think the perspective is off. I think the issue is that it's not really a crucial moment. Like, the crucial moment would be the killing.
Alright then, Ms. Faye, time for your cross-examination. But I warn you, make the witness cry again and you'll feel the wrath of my gavel.
Witness, when you said you took a photo of the crucial moment, is this what you meant? All I can see in this photo are two people facing each other. You testified that you saw the two of them starting to fight. Normally that's the kind of thing we would refer to as a crucial moment. Why haven't you presented a photo like that? Well, you see... The photo we presented was the only one there was. But if you really wanted to capture the crucial moment, then what happened next? You must have taken a photo of it.
Doe. My apologies, young lady, but Miss Faye's assertion is not without a certain amount of merit.
He can certainly downplay a situation, can he? I'm sorry. I'm a very bad girl. I used it all up. The film, I mean.
You ran out of film.
This photo was the last one. What? Unfortunately, that is the truth. I personally examined all the photographs she took that day. All the other photos are of the witness herself playing among the wildflowers. The witness herself? Then who took the photos? Well, you see, my camera has a timer feature built into it. So you took photos of yourself?
I remember taking some photos of myself once too.
Please, no details.
It seems that Miss Fey's assertion was not so decisive after all.
Wait, just a minute.
Well, if she had no film left, she couldn't very well take more pictures, eh?
Miss Foster, perhaps you could tell us about a different sort of photo. Photos of the incident you took with your very own eyes. Mr. Edgeworth, you're quite the poet.
Very well then, let's get back to the cross-examination. Let's hear your thoughts on the fight you witnessed.
Yes, Mr. Judge. Boy, this guy is really a sucker for sweet talk. Oh, we get another donation. I keep missing the alerts. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much to Ollie. Much love, heart. Thank you so much for the $25 donation. It's very sweet of you. As a beard, it is a beard. Ha! It looks like the other kitten in the room is the one that's getting all the attention. Yeah, it's sickening. She only got 10 yards away before she was stabbed in the back. Where was she running to, though? So 10 yards is double this distance. She's in the middle of the bridge. Yeah, she's in the middle of the bridge. If she got 10 yards away, she would either ended up here or... No. Dad passed from cancer about 6 months ago. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Gotta do my part to help kick its butt. Well, I appreciate it. I'm pretty sure I also lost my grandmother to cancer. Though I think it was stomach cancer. But yeah, cancer's insidious, and so more money to help like research and support people and stuff is a very good thing. Witness, your testimony is a joke. Huh? What? But I just...
Miss Fey, I thought I warned you not to make the witness cry.
One short testimony and 2 bad contradictions. There's no possible excuse.
You say there were 2 contradictions.
It's simple. Just take a look at the diagram of the area. Have a good night, Ollie. Sleep well, and thanks again for rating and for your donation. According to her testimony, the 2 of them were in the middle of the bridge. But if they were, and the victim had turned around and tried to run, well then.
She would have hit a dead end.
You said 10 yards, but she couldn't have ran even 5. Because Dusky Bridge is collapsed on that side.
What does all of this mean?
It's very simple, Your Honor. This charming little witness told a charming little lie. That's all there is to it.
This beautiful young lady has been lying to the court?
Just a moment, Your Honor. Oh dang! Lois, thank you so much for the $50 donation! Thank you! I think we're very close to breaking $300 today! Y'all are amazing! All the best to Mochi's mom. That's very sweet, Lost. Thank you so much for the support. Hey, how you doing, Lost? What an entrance, am I right? Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, allow me to personally apologize for the confusion.
What do you mean?
There's one major mistake in this diagram. What did you say?
What are you referring to?
It's all because this diagram was made after the incident occurred. It's a very old bridge. We couldn't find any official blueprints of it.
So you're saying?
I'm saying that even though the bridge is currently in disrepair, there's no evidence that can prove the bridge was broken during the incident. That's ridiculous. You can't actually tell the condition of the bridge from the photo. I apologize to the court for not being more clear when I presented the evidence. Huh. That guy is good. Huh? What do you mean? He planned it from the very beginning. He's a genius, alright? That diagram of the bridge was his insurance policy. What? That coward.
Well, Miss Fay, it seems you've once again made a reckless accusation.
Again, it's not our fault when the evidence presented to us is not correct. I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful myself. When the cops who were there know if the bridge was broken or not that day, they caught him at the bottom of the mountain, though. But yeah, when they went up to the mountain, they should have known. But here's the thing. They just want to find this guy guilty. They don't care about the truth, so they're going to withhold anything. Because this is what we've learned about Japanica. They don't care about the truth. And especially this version of Edgeworth. This version of Edgeworth, who hasn't learned that the truth is important, doesn't care. He cares about winning. He cares about a perfect record. And he's going to do anything to get it, which is a problem. I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful myself.
No, it wasn't your fault at all.
Now then, shall we go on with the trial? I'd like to establish once and for all what it was the witness actually saw.
Indeed. All right, young lady. May I ask you to please proceed with your testimony?
But it's so hard to go on.
We're all on your side, Miss Foster.
There's no need to worry. Just tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. Then he carried her over to the car, which you wouldn't be able to see. I suppose that's the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw.
Witnessing such violence must have been difficult.
Yes, sir. I'm still shaken up. If he accepts his testimony as it is, we're finished. Don't say that. Oh well, maybe I'll stop off at my favorite cafe on the way home. They make a really great mocha latte. This trial isn't over yet. Huh. That's what I like to hear.
All right, Miss Fay, your cross-examination, if you please.
Contradiction is staring you right in the face, Mia. Go on the attack. How is that not it? Your Honor, what do you think the witness's statement?
I don't think anything of it. How about you?
I guess I don't think anything of it either.
Then we don't have a problem, but we do have a penalty.
What the heck? I don't understand. How could she see the car? She's here. The car's there. How is that not a contradiction? I don't get it. There was a mountain in your way. Let's see, what's going on here? Actually, that's not true. Only way he can make the body stay hidden, he should have just dumped it in the lake. Or the river, right? Let's try here then. There we go. A killer not wanting his victim to be found. I can understand that. However, the idea of moving the body for that purpose is clearly odd. There was a much easier way to make sure the body wasn't found.
Well, what is it?
Take another look at the map of the area, and you'll see how. There's a river right below that bridge. Earlier, Mr. Edgeworth pointed out something interesting about the river. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered.
Ah!
In the kidnapping case 5 years ago, the victim's body was carried away and never found. If 10 murders were to occur at that same spot above Eagle River, you can bet your boots that every other killer would have tossed the body in the water.
Order, order, order! I'm not sure I care for the way you put that, Ms. Fay, but I must admit it does seem odd to not have thrown the body into the river. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
How sad. Perhaps Miss Fay would do well to try taking a dip in the river herself. After all, you claim to be an expert in the such an expert in the ways of nature. What are you talking about? My point is that no matter how odd you may find the killer's method of body disposal, the fact is that this is what the killer did. None of your arguments have anything to do with what the witness saw.
Quite true. Ms. Fay, it seems that your assertion is without merit after all.
But what the witness claims to have seen is totally ridiculous. Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car.
That's certainly consistent with what the witness has told us. Please, witness...
Please, witness, go on with your testimony. I'll try. All you have to do is tell us only what you saw. Otherwise, the mean lady might yell at you again. Who is he talking about? Alright, I'll do my best. Let's see, carried over the car. Wait, how does she know that it's stolen? What did the man do then? Well, naturally he got in the car and was about to flee. That's when I came to my senses. I said to myself, you have to call the police. And so that's when you called the police. You're sure that's what you saw with your own eyes? Yes, I'm 100% certain. Alright, let's start over. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms, carried her over to the car, broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body there. How does she know it's stolen? I couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw. Like, this statement's new, so I feel like this is the important one. But we don't have a contradiction here, unfortunately. I feel like we just don't have enough evidence. Alright, let's do a stretch. And make sure we're sitting nice and tall. And drink some water. Okay. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. We don't have any evidence either way. Carried her over to the car. He could have. Killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw. So it's gotta be this statement somehow. I feel like, again, how is she witnessing this? Is my question. Hey, Cosmic! How's it going? I'm gonna try this. Addiction! There we go. Well, Miss Foster, it looks like you've done it this time. Done what? Made a crucial mistake.
A crucial mistake? Like what, Miss Faye?
The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. You're saying you saw that, right? With your very own eyes? Yes. And? It's simple, Ms. Foster. Take a look at the diagram. The place you claim to have taken the photo from that day is here. Do you see what I mean? Even if you tried to see the car. This outcropping of rock is directly in the way. Things are a little hectic, but getting them under control. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Around 2.5k? Yeah, I think Leech told us that before he went to bed. Everyone's amazing. Everyone's awesome. That's right, Ms. Foster. From where you were standing, you could not have possibly seen the killer's car. I admit the diagram shows a large outcropping of rock. However, it isn't so tall that it would stop her from seeing the car. That's right. It's not high at all. I was able to see his car just fine. I'm so sorry, but that just doesn't wash. I believe it was the witness who presented this as evidence to the court, yes? This is the location that photo was taken from. Your own photo tells the whole story. You can clearly see the left side of the bridge, but the outcropping that is referred to is really more like a cliff.
Ah!
Your view should have been completely cut off by this cliff. But you still claim to have been able to see the killer's car? No.
Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of all this ballyhoo?
Your Honor, don't jump to any hasty conclusions. The fact that the escapee fled in a stolen car was reported on the news. After witnessing a murder, I'm sure you can appreciate that the witness was very upset. She must have heard about the stolen car and convinced herself that she saw it. But she was repeatedly warned before starting her testimony. She was told to testify only about what she saw with her own eyes.
Oh.
Mr. Judge?
What is it?
I think I must have remembered things wrong. Hey, wait a minute. You can't just say that. Ms. Faye, no one on the face of the planet is perfect.
Yes, indeed, quite true. You know what they say. To err is human, to forgive divine. I'm inclined to give the benefit of the doubt to our witness here.
What? That's not fair. Save those tears. Wrong accent. Save the tears for later, kitten. Mr. Armando. Don't look back until the trial is over. Now is the time to go forward. But that wasn't fair. Okay, kitten. You need to relax. Then you need to remember the other kitten's testimony. The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body there. So tell me, how did she know that? How did she know that he broke into the trunk? Aha! Well, Miss Foster? Until you can explain how you knew that, you're going to have a lot of very suspicious people on this side of the courtroom. Why is Armando helping you? Is it because it's Mia's first case? Yeah, and he also, he works in Grossberg's law office where Mia works. So instead of having Grossberg with us, we have Armando. Soon to be Godot.
Well, witness?
Well, I'm certain he broke into the trunk. Because there were marks left on the trunk lid. I'm certain they were scratch marks from when he broke into it.
What? Let me see that photo. It's true, these certainly look like scratch marks around the keyhole. It's obvious that this trunk has been broken open. Well, Miss Fay, are you satisfied?
The judge is on her side. I can't make any mistakes here. I better save it then. What she just said, is there a contradiction in there somewhere? It doesn't work. We can't say I'll buy it. No. Melissa Foster. It looks like you've finally betrayed yourself. Oh, what? You said you were in a field taking photos of wildflowers, but even so, you knew about the scratches. The question is when? When did you get a chance to see those scratches? Finally. I finally got her. I'm getting pretty tired of waiting over here. And perhaps it would be faster if Miss Fay explained herself. Your Honor, there's only one possible explanation. The reason the witness had seen the scratches was... she put the corpse in herself! Let's do it! There's only one way that the witness had a chance to see those scratches.
Yes, what is it?
Naturally, when she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse in herself. The person who really hid the body in the trunk of that car was Melissa Foster. It was you that did it, wasn't it? That's ridiculous. I could never. It was the man in the prison garb. He's the one that... I don't think so, Miss Foster. If Mr. Falls had been the one that put the corpse in the trunk, he would have simply used the car key. There's no need to break it open. But he stole the car. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light, which meant that the key would have still been in the ignition. Oh, I see. Thank you for telling us about the scratches, Miss Foster. Without that, we never would have uncovered the truth. That it couldn't have been Mr. Falls that put the body in the trunk. No! Preposterous! To even suggest that the witness put the body in there. If that were true, then how do you explain the photo that she took? The corpse could have only been put in the trunk when the incident occurred. And we already know that at the time she was taking photographs. It has a timer. Now's your chance, Mia. Finish this thing. On the contrary, I'm not so certain about that anymore, Mr. Edgeworth. There's no need to think too deeply about it. What I'm saying is that the shutter for this may not have been pushed by Miss Foster herself. Let's take another look at this camera and see what features it has, shall we? It has a timer built into it, even a mini tripod. Why? It's almost as if she had brought this camera just to take this picture. What are you trying to say then, Miss Fay? That when the crime occurred, Miss Foster wasn't in the field as she claimed? Well, if she really did use the camera's auto timer, then the answer is yes, she was somewhere else. Exactly, she was not in the field.
Would the defense please explain further?
Listen, this is a crucial point. Where was Miss Foster when the incident occurred? And answering that question will also make clear Miss Foster's true identity.
Well then, please answer this question. Where was Melissa Foster when the incident on the bridge occurred?
Behind the victim? Stabbing the victim in the back? I'm gonna stay here and we'll try that. Naturally, the witness was standing right here.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
Before pointing out where the witness was standing, Miss Fay should do something herself. She should figure out where she stands, if you catch my drift. Oh, don't worry, the drift was certainly caught.
Yes, failure is an excellent opportunity for growth. Now try better next time.
Oh no. Ah, yes. Thank you. I don't remember where I last saved. Let's find out where this is gonna put us. Alright, well, let's do this a little bit. Okay, so now we need to present the camera. And then we're gonna save here so we don't have to skip ahead again when we inevitably mess up. Okay, where was Melissa Foster when the incident on the bridge occurred? My thought was behind her somewhere. She might have been like right behind. She could have been hiding in the trees, but I feel like she's the one who had to stab her, right? Because they're not saying where was she when the photo was taken. They're asking where she was when the incident occurred. I'm gonna say right behind. We'll see if that works. Naturally, the witness was standing right here. And then he's like, no. Let's see. Where else could she be then? I don't understand where makes sense for her to be. I feel like in the trees doesn't make sense. Maybe she was in the car. Let's try in the car. Why not? Naturally, the witness was right here, I think. That doesn't sound good.
In the spot where the defendant's car was.
Yes, she had to put the body in the trunk before the defendant returned. You don't mind if I ask one teeny-weeny question, do you, Miss Faye? Uh-oh. He's got that condescending tone in his voice. If she put the body in the trunk at that time, as you suggest, that must mean that Valerie Hawthorne was already dead at that point, correct?
Indeed.
Please take a look at the top of Dusky Bridge. It certainly looks to me as the victim is still alive. Am I mistaken? If Valerie Hawthorne was already dead, then who is this? The mountain is famous for spirits, so maybe you think it was the ghost of the victim? Well, it could have been a spirit, right?
Miss Faye, don't waste the court's time with this foolishness.
Anyway, I still maintain that the witness was in a different place.
Are you certain?
Yes, I'm certain, more or less.
Oh, come now, Miss Faye.
So we still need to figure out where the heck she was. You see where it is? I have no idea. I guess she could be hiding back here in the trees. Naturally, the witness was standing right here. Maybe the V? Ooh, you know what? I think it is the V. Because when we did that long spiel of like, well, see, she's still alive in the photo. She's dressed as the victim, exactly. She killed the victim, disguised herself as him to meet the killer, or I say the killer, to meet our client. And then he drove off and she got him caught. Yeah, right here. Naturally, the witness was right here.
But that's where the victim, Miss Hawthorne, was standing. Order, order, order. Miss Faye, what on earth?
Your Honor, if I may. After parting with the victim on the bridge, the defendant fled by car. But this would mean that there was no time to put the victim in the trunk. In other words, if someone put the body in the trunk, it could only have been before the defendant met the victim. How asinine. Of course, Mr. Fowles met with the victim. The only person with the opportunity to have put the victim in the trunk is the same man that killed her, Terry Fowles. You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Edgeworth? By the time the witness's photo was taken, the victim was already dead. The person in that photo was not Valerie Hawthorne. What? I've never heard anything more ridiculous in my entire life. Then who exactly is the victim in this photo? It's obvious, isn't it? It's your own witness.
What?
It's the only possible explanation. The woman that Mr. Falls met on the bridge that day was not Valerie Hawthorne. It was you, Melissa Foster. Me? Let's remember that it was raining and foggy on the mountain that day. Mr. Falls himself believed that the woman in front of him was Valerie Hawthorne. But the defendant knew Valerie Hawthorne very well. After all, she was the woman whose testimony helped get him convicted. But since then, my client has spent 5 hard years in a federal penitentiary. He couldn't remember exactly what she looked like anymore. You're just making this up as you go along. Where's your proof? I've got it all right here. This piece of evidence will blow the case wide open, will it? Oh, of course, the white scarf! At the time of the incident, Mr. Falls had forgotten what Valerie Hawthorne looked like. Mr. Falls had forgotten the victim's face. That's why he needed some piece of identification, namely this muddy scarf. It was Mr. Falls who had requested that she wear this scarf to identify herself. That's already been proven by the note the victim left. In other words, as long as you were wearing a scarf like he asked, anyone could have pretended to be Valerie Hawthorne. Well, what do you have to say to that, Melissa Foster? No! I think she fainted. Or at least faked it.
Where's Miss Foster?
She is collecting herself in the lobby. It's obvious that Melissa Foster did it. She hid the body in the trunk and disguised herself as the victim. She set up the camera to snap a fake photo of them together. The only question is, why did she do it? Well, isn't that obvious? She's the real culprit.
Well, we'll have to wait for Miss Foster to compose herself before we start again. Until then, this court is in recess. The defense and the prosecution are both to wait in their respective lobbies.
Yes, Your Honor. Understood.
Very well, this court is in recess.
Not bad. Hey, bud. Mr. Falls like, whoa! I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I want to say thanks. You're real good. You really hooked me up.
Thanks. We're almost there. Once I prove that she committed the crime. Yeah, but there's one more big obstacle we've got to get past. Obstacle? Yeah, motive. Why would Melissa Foster kill that policewoman anyway? Motive, huh? Anyway, we're still badly in need of information. Information? Right. What we need the most is info about this Melissa Foster herself. All we know is that she's a student studying literature. And one more thing. Deep Ravener! Thank you for following. Hello and welcome. What is it? Well, the incident that happened 5 years ago, of course. The kidnapping murder case that Zebra Boy is on death row for.
I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Cosmic. But they had to make him look like a convict, I guess? And they figured, oh, let's give it, like, yeah. It's more of a design decision rather than a logical one. Mr. Falls, in that case, tell us more about it. About what happened 5 years ago.
Okay. I trust you. That day 5 years ago,
Hey, Nephilim!
I dreamt of it every day. This picture, it reminds me everything. Bridge looks the same, just like then, 5 years ago. Like it could fall apart any minute.
So it's been broken like that for at least 5 years. Huh. Sorry, buddy. But you sound like the one that could fall apart at any minute. Bye, Rex!
It's through! I did kidnap her. 5 years ago, I kidnapped my girlfriend, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, those eyes.
Your girlfriend? Huh? Hey, hold on there. Did you say Hawthorne?
The victim's last name.
Dahlia Hawthorne, Valerie's little sister.
What? Are you serious? The girl. Let her go.
Shut up! Come closer, and I kill her!
Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. The detective back then was Valerie Hawthorne. At first I thought shooting someone for a kidnapping was crossing the line, but if it was to protect her little sister, I can understand why she did it.
Wrong! Not to protect sister! Valerie betrayed me! Betray us!
What do you mean she betrayed you?
Everything. All lies. All make-believe kidnapping, too.
A make-believe kidnapping?
Dahlia. My girlfriend, my love, my teen angel.
Did he actually just say my teen angel? He's seen one too many soap operas.
I'd do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says.
Anything Dahlia says? Hold on a minute. What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by...
Yeah, me and Dahlia. And Valerie, too.
Valerie was in on it?
Dahlia's family's rich. Jewelry business. We get 1 jewel. That's what we thought. Me and Dahlia wrote a kidnap note to send to her dad. Asked for $2 million diamond. Tell him to make the exchange on Dusky Bridge. We tell him Valerie to make the transfer because she's new detective.
Having a police detective in your pocket is a useful thing, alright?
Yeah,
I kinda did. Just because... we had this evidence here. That was, talk to Dahlia, tell her this time the whole truth must come out. And they had the same last name. So, I had been suspecting for a little bit that Dahlia was the kidnapping victim. And I'm not at all surprised to find out that she had, like, arranged it. To be fair, this case, takes place, I want to say in, like, 2007? I don't know what the current date is. And actually, the kidnapping, I think, was 5 years before that. So it might be like 2002 or something. In the end, you were planning on splitting the 2 million 3 ways, huh?
Yeah, but that woman! That woman, Valerie, she do it for real. She shoot me for real, me and Dahlia. I was shot in the arm, and Dahlia, she just jumped in the river.
Jump? You don't mean she jumped on purpose, do you?
I couldn't do it. I could never push her. Anyway, I blacked out, woke up with police all over.
And that's when they decided they'll give you the death sentence.
I couldn't believe it. That woman, she betrayed me.
That man, Terry Falls, he killed her. He threw her off the bridge. He threw my beloved sister into the roaring river 40 feet below. These 5 years. All I wonder is why? Why? Why she lie? That's all I want to know. So that's why you called her? You wanted to hear the truth from Valerie herself? Yeah. But I forgot what she looked like, so I tell her to wear a scarf. I don't want to hurt her, I just want to ask why? Why? Why'd you lie? Why'd you betray me? I just want to hear the answer come from her mouth, that's all. So that's why. That's why you made a crazy escape like that. Just one thing, zebra boy. My senses are tingling all over. Tell me, Mr. Falls, where is it? Huh? Where's what? Come on now, kitten. The ransom. The $2 million diamond. Remember that now? Did you give it back to Pops? Did the police take it? I don't know. Huh? You don't know? No, really, I don't know. It's gone with Dahlia. With Dahlia. That day on the bridge. Dahlia put it in backpack. Now gone with Dahlia. Gone forever. In the Eagle River. It disappeared with Dahlia, huh? Wait a minute. You can come back in now. We're about ready to go. Mr. Falls, just one more question. When you said with Dahlia, do you mean the diamond is still missing? Along with the body of Dahlia Hawthorne? Never found her. My sweet Dahlia. They never found her. Swallowed by the river. Gone. Dahlia. My teen angel. Your teenager? How old was she anyway? Just 14. 14? Guess you were robbing cradles before diamonds. She plans a fake kidnapping and disappears into the river with a rock worth 2 million. Man, oh man, angels these days. Falls takes the fall and gets a one-way ticket to death row. Is Dahlia Hawthorne an angel, or is she really a... It's time, kitten. Looks like we have a few more aces up our sleeve now. What are you asking about, Furman? You bet. Apparently we're just glossing over that part. Yep. I mean... I don't know how old our client is. Let's find out. Let's see how gross this is. He's 25. So he was 20 when she was 14. It could be worse, but that's still pretty bad. Okay. The training wheels come off now, Mia. You've got to strike while the iron is hot. Though, I will say, what we know of Dahlia and what we've seen from her in previous cases is that her MO is usually to manipulate men to do her crimes for her. So I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't... Yeah, she's kind of a mastermind. I feel like it would not be out of left field to say that she approached him and duped him specifically for this purpose. Maybe she's like secretly 30, all part of her plan. I don't think so. So yeah, I don't know. It's more complicated than that. Anyway. That's one of my rules. Remember it.
Now then, Let's continue with the trial of Mr. Terry Falls. Witness, are you feeling better?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll try my best.
You are a brave young lady.
Not this again. I can understand a defense lawyer wanting to get her client off the hook. However, to try to pin the crime on an innocent student is... What are you talking about? My witness is not the person on trial here. She's an innocent bystander who witnessed a violent crime. That's all. What possible reason would a girl like this have for murdering a policewoman?
It certainly is hard to imagine this woman as a murderer.
Her motive, huh? I figured that's what I had to establish next.
Well, Miss Faye, do you have any evidence of a motive?
Maybe. Probably. Yes, of course. I think. You're still acting as tame as a kitten. Kitten? Mr. Armando. Listen, Alorio is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. Oh, that's where she got that from. Smiling on the outside while your guts are twisted into knots is the mark of a pro. Maybe so. But I wish you would quit grinning at me like that. Excuse me. May I speak, Mr. Judge?
Of course, the judge is ready anytime you like.
I'd like to say something. Some people are suspicious of me, right? That's why I at least wanted you, Mr. Judge, to know that it's not true.
I see. You're such an honest and upstanding young lady.
It looks like this witness is a real professional. What do you mean? Look at that 100-watt smile. Just when things are darkest for her, click, she lights right up.
Very well then, let's hear what the witness has to say.
I was out of the country until the year before last. Until I entered college, I had never even been to Eagle Mountain before. And I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Holding a grudge and killing an officer who testified against you 5 years ago. Or kidnapping a poor girl. I just think the defendant is a terrible, horrible monster.
Out of the country, eh?
Precisely. Furthermore, she has no possible motive for committing murder.
Indeed.
You up to bat, kitten? Sharpen those claws and put on your best smile. You bet. Somehow I have to tie her to this case. How do we prove she's Dahlia? Alright, let's save it. So, what country were you living in then? We were all living abroad, but after my parents were killed. It was a brutal civil war. She had to try to make her way back home alone. I lost everything. I didn't even have any personal identification. What kind of sob story is this? What do I do? Should I press her for details? Do it! I don't care. Witness, answer my question. I'll even repeat it for you. What country were you in? Your Honor, this line of questioning is childish. What country she was in and how many languages she may speak are irrelevant here. What we're here to evaluate is whether the witness has any connection to this case. I've lived abroad ever since I was a little girl. That's why I could have never known Mr. Falls or Detective Hawthorne. Yes, I think we've established that point.
Yes, indeed. Well then, shall we add what you've just stated to the official testimony?
Yes, please, Mr. Judge. You didn't know either person. Are you certain of that? Yes. I'm afraid I'm rather shy around people.
Oh, well, that can't be helped.
Why is he just agreeing with everything that comes out of her mouth?
The first time you saw either of them was when they were on the bridge, correct?
Yes. It really was a coincidence. So what made you decide to go to Eagle Mountain anyway? I just love being outdoors. Picnics, hiking, you know, that sort of thing.
You don't look like much of a hiker to me, but you do look like a digger of sorts.
But Eagle Mountain is a 2-hour drive from here, and no trains run through there. There are plenty of mountains that are closer and easier to get to. Well, I went there once with the college hiking club. I fell in love with its stark, desolate beauty and its cold yet romantic gloominess.
Didn't know you were such a goth.
By the way, what's the name of your college? The prosecution objects to any question that involves the witness's private life. All that matters is that she is a material witness to a crime. The witness doesn't need to respond to questions that are clearly malicious in intent. Thank you. She's really gone too far.
Miss Faye, you're treading on thin ice here.
I hardly said anything. Talk about sensitive. Perhaps, but your behavior that day was very suspicious. Not only have you contradicted yourself here in court, but you know things you shouldn't. For example, the scratches on the trunk of the car. Well, that's...
If she didn't know them, how'd she know their names?
Does the classic blunder apply? Possibly. Unfortunately, Miss Faye, your last statement proves nothing. Oh, really? And why is that? The witness came to the police station once to identify the suspect. It is entirely possible that at that time, an officer showed her this photo.
That seems like a rather serious mistake.
That's the oldest trick in the prosecutor's book. That's not fair. That wicked inmate! I'll never be able to forget about that horrible day. A grudge. Well, the policewoman's testimony was crucial, wasn't it? Crucial in getting the defendant sentenced to death? Yes, and that's precisely why he harbored such deep anger against her. So much anger that he forgot his own guilt. My client has always maintained that he's innocent of those charges. He seems rather forgetful. Your client, I mean. Not only did he forget about what he did, but he forgot the poor policewoman as well.
What do you mean by that?
Your client. He forgot what the detective looked like, right? It's too bad for her that he didn't forget about her testimony as well.
Well, she's right about that. Mr. Falls is kind of forgetful. You said he forgot what the detective looked like. What do you mean by that?
Well, he couldn't tell who she was without some kind of identification, right?
Quite right. That's why the victim was wearing a scarf as identification.
Why, if I had been wearing a white scarf on that day, then he probably would have tried to kill me.
That's true. He's clearly a bitter man.
This is bad. Mr. Fall's reputation just keeps getting worse and worse. Sometimes it's best not to poke too deep. What should I do with that last statement?
Yeah, have it added.
Your Honor, what the witness just said now was tremendously important. I'd like it added to the official testimony. The prosecution has no objection. After all, the defendant is a killer, and a mentally unbalanced one at that. That testimony only helps further prove that point. No, that's not why I...
Enough! Witness if you would!
My pleasure, Mr. Judge. What do you mean by lucky? Well, it's February now. Everyone is wearing scarves. If I had accidentally worn a white scarf like he said, then you yourself might have been killed.
That would have been a terrible loss for this world.
It looks like you pressed too hard this... Oh, what? It looks like you pressed too hard this time, kitten. Mr. Armando, keep looking around and you're going to lose sight of the finish line. Justice is blind, but she's not deaf. Sometimes you have to know when not to talk. I don't know. I feel like this is important because she says, I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. But that suggests that she was close enough for the defendant to attack her. How could the defendant reach you when he was on a bridge and you were separated by a giant cliff? Whatever. I'm gonna keep going. You knew about that incident. But weren't you out of the country until the year before last? Well, I saw a report about the escaped convict on the news. They had an in-depth report about his whole history.
So you were still living abroad 5 years ago, is that right?
Yes. I can't let her get away with these lies. Listen to me. She's neck deep in this whole thing. Somehow you're just going to have to get her to show the court her true self. Okay. I feel like... Nope. Because again, my thought is, if she's standing here wearing a white scarf, and he's over here, how are you gonna get murdered? Hey, Yagos! Welcome, welcome! Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Who got murked? Valerie Hawthorne. Okay, let's go through her statements again. Was out of the country until the year before last. Didn't know either the victim or the defendant. Until I entered college, I'd never been to Eagle Mountain before. Certainly don't have any reason to want to hurt a police officer. Have I pressed her on that? I feel like I did. Holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against 5 years ago. Lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. Or kidnapping a poor girl. I just think the defendant's a terrible, horrible monster. So, the things... How do we prove she's been on Eagle Mountain? Just tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies. She's telling so many lies. Like, these are all lies. I just don't know how to prove it. What can we prove is the question. Didn't know either the victim or the defendant. Until I entered college, never been to Eagle Mountain before. Certainly didn't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Holy... I feel like this is kind of the... The victim was 23? That would mean she was 18 during the kidnapping. Seems a little young for a detective. It does. It says holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against you 5 years ago. Yeah, we already pressed her on this and she said that she heard about it on the news. And we don't have that as any evidence. We can't really present testimony. I guess we could press this again. Because we've already done this. And then she talks about being forgetful. And I'm gonna press this again. It probably won't do anything. And then she says she's shy around people. So yeah, we don't have any evidence that suggests that she didn't know about them until the bulletin happened. So let's go through our evidence. So we have Valerie's younger sister, victim of the kidnapping / murder, fell from the bridge, no body found. Presumed deceased, but we know that that's actually her. Let's see. So we have the autopsy report, stabbed in the back with a knife, died from blood loss. We have the bridge floor plan. I say floor plans. The bridge map. We have the scarf. The scarf isn't actually white, actually. Because we established that this scarf's actually kind of blue. And we said something about the scarf for identification. Does she know that it's supposed to be white? Edgeworth is a lawyer at only 20. At what age do these people start college? He's supposed to be a bit of a prodigy, though. But I see your point. Everyone's ridiculously young. You're not wrong. Oh, we know. We know he did. There we go! Ha-ha! It's true. Mr. Falls did give instructions to Valerie Hawthorne about their meeting. The note she left said, wear white scarf for identification.
Yes, what about it?
Isn't it obvious? Doesn't it strike you as odd? That note was a secret piece of evidence. How is it the witness knows about it?
Order, order! It is odd, isn't it? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, did you show top secret evidence to the witness?
Your Honor, I certainly never gave anyone permission to do such a thing. In that case, the only way... Just a moment. Of course I didn't know about the note. I saw it when it happened. With my own eyes. When the victim went to see the killer, she used her own scarf to signal him. That's why I assumed that signal was the white scarf.
I suppose that makes sense.
Come on, Mia. You can't let her weasel it out of that one that easily. Witness, sorry, but your explanation isn't going to work here. But why? It's true. That's what I saw. Impossible. There's no way you could have seen the victim use a white scarf to signal him because it's blue. You've said several times in your testimony that the victim was wearing a scarf. A white scarf, correct? Yes. Is something wrong? That's what I'd like to know, Ms. Foster. Have a look at this. This is the victim's scarf. Oh. I'm sure people would disagree about what to call this color. Double or nothing! What the heck? The heck? Thank you so much for the $275 donation. Oh my gosh. I'm a little flabbergasted. I guess let's raise our target. Thank you so much. That was so generous. We have raised as a team almost $3,000. That's amazing. It certainly is not white. You knew what the note said. She knew the contents of the note. No! It says wear white scarf for identification. That's the reason why you said it was white. Well, Miss Foster? No!
Order, order, order! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm waiting for an explanation.
I'm quite sure this note wasn't leaked to the public. And yet, the witness knew exactly what the note said. At the time of the murder, the number of people that knew were quite limited. Terry Falls is one. The person who wrote the note, Valerie Hawthorne, is another. And finally, one more person.
Did you say one more person?
That's right. A person that no one would have suspected. Have you figured it out, kitten? Of course I have. I figured it out as soon as she walked in here. Yep. The third person that knew the contents of the note was... And that person is Dahlia Hawthorne.
Dahlia Hawthorne? I've never heard that name before.
Look at the victim's note. This is what it says. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time. There's her name right there.
Oh, what's this? So who is this person, this Dahlia Hawthorne?
Miss Faye must be desperate if she's trying to bring the dead back to life.
The dead?
Dahlia Hawthorne was the victim's deceased younger sister. She was killed in a crime 5 years ago.
Killed in a crime? You don't mean...
Yes, she was kidnapped and killed by Terry Falls. You said she was killed. But was she really? What are you implying? Of course, people thought she had died 5 years ago, when she fell off Dusky Bridge and was lost in the Eagle River. However, her corpse was never found. She was declared legally dead 5 years ago. As far as the law is concerned, Dahlia Hawthorne is officially dead. But the fact remains that her body was never recovered. Dahlia Hawthorne was 14 years old 5 years ago. If she were still alive, she would be 19 now. Melissa Foster, I believe that's the same age you are. Even you couldn't. Ms. Faye, you're not saying... But I am. That's precisely what I'm saying. This witness before us is the girl that was kidnapped and killed 5 years ago. This girl is in fact Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
What?
Nice work. That was like tossing a grenade into a 3-alarm fire. But unless you can tie all the loose ends together, you're nothing but a hit-and-run arsonist. I understand. If I can expose her true nature, I can turn this whole case on its head. Now is my chance to make Mr. Edgeworth squirm.
Witness, just who are you anyway?
I didn't think it'd come to this. That's enough. You don't have to say any more, witness. Yes, I understand.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, explain yourself!
Your Honor, I have an admission to make. I honestly never thought the defense would pursue this matter this far.
You don't mean...
Yes, the prosecutor's office isn't filled with fools, you know. Naturally, we conduct full background checks on all of our witnesses. What did he say? Huh. It looks like the kid knew. He knew her true identity from the get-go. No way. But then why? If you hadn't revealed her secret, he wasn't going to say anything about it. All he wanted was her testimony, so he made a little trade. Let me introduce you to the victim's younger sister, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
But, I thought she died 5 years ago.
We thought so as well, but, well, as you can see. Why? Why did she hide her identity for 5 years? That has nothing to do with the current case. She was merely an accidental witness to a crime. Accidental? I don't believe that for a minute. For the last 5 years, she's been playing the role of victim. And now we find her acting suspiciously at the scene of another murder. Really, Miss Fay, I must say, your strategy here is painfully obvious. You're trying to pin your client's crime on an innocent witness in order to win. At any cost. Welcome back, Critwitch. How dare you? Please let us take a moment to think. 5 years ago, this girl was kidnapped and nearly killed. But even worse than that, 5 years later, Dahlia Hawthorne lost something much more precious. A big sister. Ms. Fay must be insane to even suggest that she had murdered her. What?
I'm inclined to agree with the prosecutor's logic. Ms. Fay, do you have any evidence to back up your assertion? What possible reason would the witness have for killing her beloved sister?
Greed. Good old-fashioned greed. Well, you see, I thought I was winning, but somehow he's turned it around on me. I think you need a little push in the right direction, kitten. The defense is prepared to present evidence supporting our claim. That wasn't me, it was this guy. The crazy coffee addict. Objection! I think we've had enough empty threats from you, old man. Huh. What makes you think they're empty, boy? Because your protege looks like she's sweating bullets. I am sweating bullets. You think you're in a tough spot, huh? Of course, aren't I? No. You've just arrived at the moment of truth, that's all. Whether you win or lose, that's up to you. Up to me. So, the rashness of youth, how charming. This coming from someone younger than me.
Now then, let's not waste any more time. Ms. Fay, what motive would this witness have for murdering her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne?
What is this? Is this the defense's idea of a joke?
If so, I certainly don't get the punchline. Well, Miss Fay?
Oh, that was the rashness of youth.
The rashness of youth, and what is your point in furthering such a stereotype?
That witness stayed hidden for 5 years, kitten. There must be a good reason for that. Okay, so I'm gonna load. I don't know how far back it's gonna put us.
Objection!
Alright, right here we're gonna save it so we don't have to go through that again. I think it's gonna be the, this, Truth Coming Out. The story starts after Terry Falls escaped. He called Valerie and told her he wanted to meet. This is the note that she left. It says, talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Valerie Hawthorne gave Dahlia a warning. She told her she was going to reveal to the world the whole truth.
The whole truth?
There was a dangerously important secret between Valerie and Dahlia. That's the reason Dahlia felt she had to kill Valerie. To keep her mouth shut permanently. A terrific story, Ms. Fay. If you like fiction, that is. Enlighten the court, Ms. Fay. What was the secret that was so important? Where's your evidence? Dahlia and Valerie Hawthorne and Terry Falls. There's only one important secret that connects them all. Oh yes, I know this secret. Your Honor, the defense would like to request further testimony.
What testimony?
Regarding the kidnapping 5 years ago. We believe it will explain a lot of things. Such as the nature of the important secret between the Hawthorne sisters.
Very well, I'll grant your request for further testimony. I know it'll be painful for you, but can you enlighten us once more, my little maple leaf?
Yes, I'll try, Mr. Judge. Putting on the old charm one more time, huh, Dahlia? But this will be the last time you hide behind your womanly wiles. "5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. False. The ransom price was a raw diamond." Well, here's the thing. She's no Maple Leaf, you Hoosier. She's a Wolverine. This game is pretty on the nose with all of its stereotypes. So, I don't blame you for being like, ugh. "My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. False in the arm." Anyone else kind of hate nicknaming? I don't mind it if it's consensual. "That's when Mr. False tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. So I decided to change my identity and start a new life." The kidnapping left her emotionally scarred. With her sister's help, she left the Hawthorne family and started all over again. And we're to believe after all that she murdered her sister? Preposterous.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Ms. Fay.
Yes, Your Honor.
As you've heard, the witness is still traumatized from the kidnapping. I'll ask you again to be extremely gentle in your cross-examination.
Mr. Edgeworth got the jump on me again. Huh. If we're not allowed to fight, then let's just twist some arms. Listen up, we still got that info, that ace up our sleeve. What info? Come on, Kippen. Don't say you've forgotten already. The fact that the kidnapping 5 years ago was staged. That's right. It was a fake kidnapping. Terry Falls told us that in the lobby. I do anything she says, anything Dahlia says! What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by, yeah, me and Dahlia, and Valerie too! Yes, that's it. The fake kidnapping is your best shot, Mia. That's her secret. Did you and Mr. Falls have a relationship? Yes. As a tutor. You were tutoring him? Mr. Falls? No! Of course not, don't be ridiculous. Mr. Falls came to the house to tutor me. You know what time it is? Do I need to redeem them? Yep. That makes sense. 5 years ago she was only 14. He probably came up with the kidnapping plan during that time. What sort of tutoring was he doing, though? Alright, let's stretch. Drink some water. My points. Well, they're going to a good cause. Kidnapping tutoring. Drink some water. Check our posture. The Hawthorns are in the jewelry trade and are quite wealthy, you see.
Quite the clever fellow, that Mr. Falls.
Did I hear him right? Did he just call Mr. Falls a clever fellow? I heard the diamond is valued in the neighborhood of $2 million.
$2 million?
It was still uncut. So, it was about the size of a pint of milk.
A $2 million pint of milk. I don't know what to think about that.
The defendant demanded that her sister Valerie make the exchange. Not as a detective, of course, but as an individual. By the way, I want to ask you, Mr. Edgeworth, why do you think he wanted to make the exchange up there on that mountain? Why don't you have a cooldown on your hydrate button? Because when I tried to put it on there, people couldn't use it at all. So I just trust people not to abuse it. You said about instead of a boot? I'm sorry! If you ever got surrounded, it would be hard to escape. There's one thing a kidnapper wants to prevent, and that's police involvement. In a place like that, it would be easy to tell if he was being followed. With only one entrance to the mountain, he was ensuring his safety. What a wickedly clever man that Mr. Falls is! Yeah, right. It was all your plan. Anyway, Valerie brought the diamond to the mountain and... That was a dangerous thing to do, considering you were being held hostage. Yes, but... actually, that saved my life.
What do you mean?
You see, Mr. Falls was holding a knife in his right hand. Somehow, I knew he was going to use it. I knew he was going to use that knife to kill me. That's why my sister shot him. It was to save me. I'd like to hear more about what happened right at that moment. Well, when Mr. Falls was shot in the right arm, he let go of me. I was dazed. I turned to try to run away, but Mr. Falls turned to grab me as well. As I ran past, he and I locked eyes for a second. He gave me a large, bloodthirsty grin.
Bloodthirsty grin? Ooh.
And in the next instant... I advise the court to remember that the river is 18 feet deep and incredibly swift. I was a strong swimmer, but I was knocked out. When I came to, I'd been carried away by the river to a strange place. I'll never forget that day. A crumbling bridge, nowhere to run. Just one little shove from behind, that was it. Before my sister could catch me, I fell into the river. And that's why you hid your identity? Yes. I only told my sister.
Valerie Hawthorne, eh?
Yes, she's the only one who knew about me. Meanwhile, legally, this witness has been deceased for 5 years. I didn't ever want something like that to happen to me again. And that new identity was Melissa Foster, right? Yes. My sister helped me get the official paperwork taken care of. That makes sense. Without an insider's help, doing all that paperwork would have been impossible. She was the only person left in the world I could count on. And you think I killed her? There's no way I could. It's the moment of truth for this witness too. Once the truth about this staged kidnapping comes out, everyone in the court will know how much of a Jezebel she really is. I've just gotta prove that kidnapping was a hoax.
How do I do that?
So I've pressed her on everything. 5 years ago I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. True. Ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. True. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. Also true. And then when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. False, but how do we prove that? So we have the whole truth must come out. Where... That's gotta be relevant. Survived, afraid I might kidnapped again, decided to change. I don't think that's relevant. I feel like this is the statement we have to disprove because he said that she jumped. So I guess we'll try this. Nope. What else could it be? So we tried this statement. No. I didn't think so. I feel like if we're gonna use that diamond, it has to be somewhere else. We don't have any evidence here talking about it being staged, though. So the question is, how do we prove it? The profile of Mr. Falls doesn't say anything about it being staged. Like, we literally have no evidence that it's staged. So the question is, how do we lead it out? Already pressed her on literally everything. Kidnapped by Mr. Falls. Ransom price was a raw diamond. Sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. And then Mr. Falls... See, that doesn't make sense though, because... Why would he try to kill you if you had the diamond on you? But that's not where it wants it. This evidence established that the defendant's lying, right? That's not right. Because I feel like the issue is that he wouldn't have tried to shove her off if she had the diamond on her. Let's see. Dangerous thing. Saved my life. He's gonna kill me. I want to know more about the exchange, though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say here, is that the diamond got lost in the river, which suggests that it was on Dahlia's person when she fell from the bridge. So why would he shove the person who was carrying the diamond from the bridge? He'd lose his ransom. But it's not letting me ask that question. Anybody else have any bright ideas? Because I feel like she's ensorcelled those butterflies, clearly. I'm just really surprised that bringing up the diamond here doesn't do anything. Your badge? I don't think that works. Let's see. From behind? Let's see. I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. Ransom was diamond. Shot Mr. Falls in the arm. Shoving me from the bridge from behind. I mean, I guess we could press her on this again, but we don't have any evidence about how he pushed her. She said that they made eye contact and he gave a bloodthirsty grin, which suggests he would be pushing her from the front. But yeah, the only evidence we have from that incident is this diamond and this victim's note. Everything else is from the current incident. Let's see. He and I locked eyes for a second. He gave me a large bloodthirsty grin. And then in the next instant... And then he says it's deep. Strong swimmer, but I was knocked out. So yeah, no, there's no way to disprove that, Ravener. And even then, even if we could use anything that she just said, it's not added into her testimony. So... yeah, I'm really not sure what to do here. Does pressing further on the testimony do anything, or have you already tried that? I've pressed on all the pieces of testimony. I could try pressing on them all again, but if they don't either let me allow me to press further or allow me to amend the testimony with new information, I can't use anything that they say in those press options. I don't have evidence. Let's see. What happens if we... Yeah. How is the stage kidnapping gonna come out, though? I don't understand. Let's press on everything again. Yeah, tutor. Looking at the map, the shove from behind doesn't add up. I mean, I think it could. If we look at the map, if the gun... Like, he's standing here, she's standing here, she starts to run towards her sister, and then he shoves her off this way, I think is what she's saying. I mean, I guess technically it would be kind of from the side. We could try the map. I'm definitely willing to try it, because I don't know. Addiction! Hey, you got it, Disintegration. Good job. You say that Mr. Falls pushed you into the Eagle River. However, that's hard to believe. But it's true. I felt a push on my back. I'm certain of it. It was Mr. Falls. I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't clear enough. I shouldn't have said that's hard to believe. I should have said that's impossible. Impossible? I asked the court recall the condition of Dusky Bridge now and 5 years ago. That bridge hasn't changed one bit in these last 5 years. If someone had pushed you from behind, as you claimed, instead of being carried away by the river, you would have been smashed by the bedrock below. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense, but okay. She said she was running towards her sister, so a push from behind definitely could have... Whatever. A most certain death. It's not like she... Because that's suggesting she turned and tried to flee across the broken part of the bridge, which doesn't make any sense either. Do you understand now, Dahlia Hawthorne? The very notion that my client pushed you from behind is impossible. Your Honor, this event occurred 5 years ago. Why, for all we know, the water level in the river may have been higher back then. But it's 40 feet from the bridge to the river. A small change in the water level wouldn't have made a difference.
You're right. If the events occurred just as the witness has testified, then the defendant couldn't have pushed the witness into the river. Young lady, what is the meaning of this?
You see,
Just a moment, Your Honor. It's true that the witness testified that the defendant pushed her into the river. However, she never stated that she fell from the back end of the bridge. What do you mean? After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. If that's true, she would have fallen into the river. Well, Miss Hawthorne, is Mr. Edgeworth's explanation correct?
Now that you mention it, I do remember now. When I fell off the bridge, my skirt got caught in one of the bridge's side wires.
You can't be serious. Order! Order in the court!
It seems Miss Faye's assault has finally reached its conclusion. Not now, Mia. This is no time to retreat. Unfortunately for you, this is just the start of Miss Faye's assault. What? Was she even wearing a skirt? Who knows? I believe your reasoning when something like this, Mr. Edgeworth. After being shot in the arm, it's plausible Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. However, once again, I'm forced to say that's impossible. Ridiculous! What's so impossible about it? Because your flawed logic contradicts the court record! Yeah. How would she No. Your Honor, all of the answers are right here in this photo. Take a look at the wires supporting both sides of the bridge. They extend up to about 5 feet off the ground. It would be impossible to push someone off from there. No! But let's remember the size and strength of the defendant. Wires like these wouldn't be a problem for him. He could have easily picked up a 14-year-old girl and thrown her over. So young and already so forgetful, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Falls had been shot in the right arm.
Ah!
And more importantly, Valerie Hawthorne had her gun trained on him at point-blank range. Ugh. So, Mr. Falls throwing the witness off the bridge? That's clearly impossible.
Gwa! Order, order, what is the meaning of this?
Hey, you said it too! Dahlia Hawthorne, you jumped into Eagle River intentionally.
What? What is this?
Indeed, what do you mean by such a ridiculous remark? Yes, it's ridiculous. My sister was there to help me. She had her gun and handcuffs. She could have saved me. Jumping into a raging river like that would have been suicide. Perhaps, but still, that's exactly what you did. You were probably confident that you could handle the swift current, but even more so, the witness had a much more compelling reason for jumping into the river. Oh, then what was it? What was so important that she'd want to jump into the river? The witness is still alive. This fact alone explains everything. This is why she risked her life by jumping into the rapids of the Eagle River. 5 years ago, something else disappeared along with Dahlia that day. The item that Valerie brought up the mountain with her, the $2 million diamond.
Ah! No, it can't be.
Yes, Dahlia had it all planned from the very beginning. The $2 million, she was going to keep it all for herself. She forced Mr. Falls to help her fake the kidnapping. At the last minute, she betrayed him and threw herself into the river, with the ransom tucked away safely in her backpack. Why, that's simply ridiculous!
Order, order, order!
Your Honor, 5 years ago, the witness was only 14 years old. Do you really think a 14-year-old is capable of such a demonic plan? This woman is a demon. And there was one more person who helped make a demon out of her. Her sister, Valerie Hawthorne.
You mean the victim was involved in the kidnapping plot as well?
But she was a detective then. You're saying she participated in her sister's kidnapping. Precisely. I'm sure that it weighed heavily on her conscience for the past 5 years. This is the sole reason behind the victim's murder.
What do you mean by that?
On the day of the murder, After receiving the phone call from Mr. Falls, Valerie called her sister Dahlia, and then she told her what she was planning to do.
Planning to do?
She was going to tell the whole truth, as she wrote in her note. That is what sealed Valerie Hawthorne's fate. That is when you hatched your demonic plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A plan that would ensure neither of your accomplices to the kidnapping would talk. And that is why you killed your sister, Valerie Hawthorne.
Who is that laughing at a time like this?
Forgive me, it's just hilarious.
Witness, is that you?
You amuse me, woman. Miss Mia Fey. You can certainly weave an exciting tale. Naturally, you have the evidence to back it up, don't you? Evidence? Evidence that I planned the kidnapping, of course. That at 14, I plotted with Mr. Falls and my sister. Well, And one more thing. What happened to the $2 million diamond? If you can't provide evidence to at least show that...
Well, Miss Fey?
I don't know. What a joke. You, Ms. Fey. Are you stupid or something? Ugh. How can I prove a fake kidnapping that happened 5 years ago? I don't have decisive proof of Valerie Hawthorne's murder.
Well, it seems that we've come to the end. To be honest, the witness's behavior does raise certain suspicions. However, I am forced to reject the assertions made by the defense.
Of course you are. Is this it? Is it really over? That girl has made a fool of me, and there's nothing I can do about it. Huh. Without evidence, the trial's over? Who decided that? Mr. Armando? Come on now, kitten. Haven't you figured out that you can make your own rules? For example, even if there's no evidence, there's still testimony. Testimony? On the day in question, Dahlia Hawthorne murdered her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. She hid the body in the trunk of Mr. Falls' stolen car, and then went to meet with him. Disguised as her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. That's what you think, right? Yes, that's right. In that case, there's only one answer, right? There's only one person left who can testify about Valerie Hawthorne's murder. Since there's no proof, there's only one thing left to do. Who's the one person who can testify to that demon woman's crimes? Terry? Your Honor, the defense wishes to call a new witness.
A new witness?
Yes, we would like to hear the testimony of Terry Falls, the defendant. There's only one person that can shed any further light on the situation. Only one person that knows what Dahlia's role in the kidnapping was. Only one person that can say whether the person in the photo is Valerie Hawthorne or whether it was in fact her younger sister Dahlia disguised as her. There's only one person who can solve this riddle once and for all, and that person is Terry Falls.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what is your take on this?
Why not? The prosecution has no objection.
Very well. Bailiff, bring the defendant to the witness stand.
This is my last chance, Mr. Falls. My last chance to establish Dahlia's guilt. You're all I have left. And this is where we are going to wrap up for today. Feels like a pretty good stopping point. Cliffhanger, yeah, it's a good cliffhanger. Love it when that happens. Alrighty, so that is going to conclude Ace Attorney for this week, but we will be back with it next week. Let's go ahead and go to the end screen. And, stopping point. Yeah, you know, because I gotta, like, get dinner and stuff. Thanks for hanging out, Nephilim. Get some music going. Yeah, it's really late, Sock. Go sleep. Have a good night, Furman. Thank you all so much for hanging out and watching tonight. We're gonna roll credits, then I'm gonna go through and thank everybody for all these donations, and then I will let you know where you can find me next. Not sleeping yet? Well, I hope you sleep soon. Thanks so much for everyone for hanging out and watching. Special thanks to Iceman for all those bits. Thank you so much. And also Weirdy. Thank you both so much. Drummer Boy, thanks for hanging out and doing mod things today. We got some new followers, including Derp Ravener, Zero the Hidden, JT Singh, Willows, Scott Edward, Pretty in Pink. Thank you so much for those follows. And then thank you so much for Mochi for the resub, Dezo, Dirk, Mochi, thank you so much for giving that sub to Jelly. Drummer Boy, thank you so much for that resub as well. Crystal, thank you so much for that resub. So many resubs. Furman, thank you for the resub. So many resubs. Alright, let's go ahead and read through our donations as well, just to thank everybody for all their generosity. Thank you so much to Derek for the $40 donation, I Declare for the $25, Sethi for the $20 donation, Hopels for the $50 donation, the Magnanimous Platypus for $25, Furman for $40, Ollie for $25, Lost an Eighth for $50, and then Double or Nothing for $275. For a grand total today of $550 of our original $100 goal. Thank you all so much for your generosity, your kindness, just being awesome people. A platypus, a magnanimous platypus, in fact. So we will be back tomorrow for an art stream. So if you like art and charity, come hang out tomorrow. Thursday, we'll be continuing our playthrough of Fallout New Vegas. And then on Friday, we're going to be playing a new game called Genesis Noir, which is another detective-y style game. It just came out last week, I believe. I think it came out last Friday. But I already had plans for Friday, so I couldn't play it. But yeah, we're going to be playing Genesis Noir on Friday, and I'm really looking forward to it. Then we're going to be off Saturday and Sunday. We may be back on Monday for Harvest Valley over on Kelsey's channel. We missed this past week because someone wasn't feeling well. But let me give Kelsey a shout out. Make sure you give her a follow, and then whenever she goes live, if I'm on her channel, y'all will know about it. Alright, I'm gonna drop links and we're gonna look for someone to raid. If you're new here, consider following. You can join the Discord, and you can follow me on Twitter to get notifications when I go live. You can also get stream news on Discord. If you want to check out my art, I have a Patreon and a store. Unfortunately, I don't know who that is. I appreciate the suggestion, but if I don't know them, I don't necessarily feel comfortable rating them. But I hope that their stream is doing well. I will certainly check them out. Last but not least, I'm a humble partner, so if you want to support the stream, use that affiliate link. I think we're gonna raid Podgy. Podgy's doing some art. She's doing acrylic painting. I think that'll be fun. So we'll raid Podgy. Thank you all so much for hanging out and watching. Have a great night, and I'll see y'all again real soon.